I live alone by a lake. Recently, the opposite shore has been getting further away, and things are crawling out of its depths. Truth be told, I'm still not sure how or when I came to this place. I have the memories, the whole chain of factors is there. It's just buried and muddled, and I find my head swimming trying to piece it together. Which is why I don't bother. I mean, why should I? I have everything I want here at the lake house. My pantry's almost bursting at the seams with cans and other non-perishables. I don't remember the last time I went on a supply run, but I know I won't have to for a very, very long while. And for that, I'm glad. I'm so lucky. The lake is beautiful, and I have it all to myself. There aren't many that can say the same. Every day I go down with a camping chair, sometimes a cushion or a towel, and sit on the beach with some smokes. If it's the evening, I'll bring a few beers, but I try not to overdo it. It's not like I'm partying. Imagine that, partying. God forbid. Too hectic for me, no thank you. I do have internet out here though, which shouldn't come as a surprise if you're reading this. It's terrible, of course. I watch the occasional movie or show, even if they buffer every 10 seconds, but I always find my eyes being drawn to the window, to the gentle waters. The lake is a mute mother, my wordless company. And if that wasn't enough, my lake is special. It's strange to put into words, trust me, I know. But recently it seems like the lake's grown. The opposite shore looks so far away. At first I hardly noticed. Then after I registered the change, it's grown more and more for every perfectly still night that passes. Other people might be concerned, so it's a good thing I'm not other people. I was going to say I'd hold up in the shoe, but I've never been to prison. I did get held in jail for a couple of weeks once, and if there's one thing I wanted as much as being released for trial was solitude. Manslaughter sure isn't a pretty label, although it's certainly better than murder. But let's not get into that. Not here. Anyway, none of that matters. I have my home on the lake. The lake. What was I saying? Oh, right. Like I said, the lake's getting bigger. I can't understand how I didn't notice until the other side was at least 5, maybe 6 times further away than it had been before. Within a few days, I had to squint to see the far shore. It was like seeing Calais from Dover. Just a ferry away. So, yeah, most people would be confused, even scared. Not me. The further it is, the better. After all, the past only ever recedes from the now, and my past is anywhere that isn't here. Still, it's got me thinking. When did I come here? I have my dad's old maroon 74 Chevelle parked out front, so there must be a road. I should probably service her. Weeds have grown around her flat tires. I should, and I would, but I don't feel like going for a drive. The only time I need to is for supply runs, and for now, I'm all set. I wonder where Dad's at now, what he's doing, you know? He'd adore this place, but I don't ever remember him visiting. He probably never wants to see me again after what happened. This is good, writing my thoughts like this. As much as I enjoy my own company, blowing off pressure helps, even if it's just pen on paper. It's like having a valve or a spigot on my head that I can turn to release steam. I'll probably move this onto a computer document, but all I have is a shitty desktop. The thing's so geriatric it has a floppy disk drive. If that's not bad enough, it's gone half the time. Literally. Some days I come downstairs and it's there, other days it's not. Sometimes it's sort of half there, all fuzzy like some vaporwave decor. I don't know where it goes, although I've thought about it. Maybe it vanishes here and pops up in another place, another world. But paper? It stays where I leave it, and I can bring it anywhere. Well, the beach, mostly. I think I'm done for today, though. I'm looking at the lake's mirror-like surface, and it's telling me I've done enough. You can rest now, it says. God, why me? Why did this have to happen? Shit, I shouldn't start with reactions and no context. No point in jumbling the timeline of events. This morning I was sitting in front of the little overhang on the beach, the one with vines dangling from it. I had a mug of coffee and cigarettes. It was dreamy and serene. Halfway through a white stick, something surged up out of the water, breaking the stillness. It really pissed me off. I picked up a rock to throw at what I thought was a fish, which is when I saw what had surfaced. Not a fish. I'm not sure I ever believed it was. Fans of dark graying hair rose and fell with the ripples. A body. A human body. Face down. Floating a stone's throw offshore. A sudden wave grew and crested out of nowhere and sent the body on a spinning course directly towards me. It started to twitch after coming to a rest, disturbing the smooth pebbles around it. Then it got up. It wasn't a dead body, of course. It wasn't even a zombie. I should have been cautious. I should have been horrified. Perhaps I was in the split second before I saw their face. Mom came to visit. I couldn't believe it. Moments before, I was only angry. When I saw it was her, that quickly faded. No one's ever visited me before. Not here. And I always thought they should quell the effort. I wouldn't appreciate their company. But it was my mom. And I was nothing but happy to see her again. She seemed vacant for a few seconds, until her eyes went wide. After being washed up, she was understandably scared and confused. I'd be just the same. I'd be like that all the time without my lake. I managed to settle her nerves a little, and had her wait while I went to fetch a second chair. I tore the shed apart trying to find one, but I couldn't. I'm so stupid. Why would there be another? This place is just for me. In the end, I rushed inside and snatched 2 cushions from the couch and hurried back to the beach. Mom was sitting in my chair. There were the inceptive sparks of an outburst flashing in my head, but it was Mom. I couldn't be angry at her, even if she was intruding. If anything, she should have been angry with me. She should have been seething with rage. She wasn't. I'd have let her sit there, but I wanted to talk eye to eye, figuratively speaking. I wanted her down at my level. So she came over and sat beside me on the other cushion, and held my hand. I was happy to sit there in silence, so she was the first to break it. Remember the zoo? I did, and I knew exactly where she was going. There was that playground right at the back, and you wanted to go on the spinning disc. The big grippy one with handles where a bunch of kids like you could all squeeze on and have their dads spin it around. Grazed the skin off my knees. Mom snorted, her eyes drifting as the memory replayed in her head. Even if I was only a boy then, just thinking of it made me embarrassed. Embarrassment. I'd left that on the curb a long time ago, but it was fast and relentless enough to catch up with me when it needed to. And you were insistent, so me and your dad let you ride it. If they gave out awards to kids who could scream loudest, you'd get the gold medal. By the time it had stopped, you were all frozen up. Frozen solid. You'd have a trophy for boy with the strongest grip, too. I mean, really, it even took Dad some effort to pry you off of there. Looking back at the past was itself a thing of the past, a thought that was emboldened as I stared across the lake to where the other side used to be. And still, I laughed along with her. There are gems to be found in the mud. And although I'm never willing to dig for them myself, I'll gladly watch another get their hands dirty so I can reap the rewards. Mom went on for a while, reminiscing, flooding me with nostalgia. I was happy she'd come. I think if it were anybody else, I'd have cast them right back into the lake. Maybe she knew that. I was happy, until she thrust the shovel into the grave of the very thing I hope I'd buried deep enough to forget. In the same soft voice, she asked me, "Do you know what it's like to die of thirst?" A crack formed. What? Mom? Oh, it's nothing really. Your skin goes all rough and dry, your tongue gets scalloped and swells up like your mouth's full of wool. I found out what water sucked out of a concrete wall tastes like. Though there wasn't much anyway, even if it was raining out. If you went back there today, you'd probably find the bits of my teeth that were chipped and scraped off. The crack widened into a fissure. Mom's voice was lower now, scratchy. Though some of the warmth remained, if that was ever real, and I don't know if it was. How was your getaway, sweetie? To Ben's cabin? Did you have fun? Did you relish in trapping me in the basement before you left? I'm sure you did. You probably got off on imagining me scared, confused, and dying. Mountains split and fell to the chasm as it gaped open. It all came rushing back. The garage door, opening and closing. Rushing outside to get in Ben's car, and stopping at the last second to make sure everything was locked up, including the basement door. Left ajar with the key still in the lock. Mom, why? I bit back my words as she turned and fixed me with 2 completely dead eyes. There wasn't a hint of emotion in them, even as her eyelids drooped. Her lips, however, were curled into a faint smile. When she spoke, her voice this time was a rabid hiss, like she couldn't keep up with her own words, or her lungs weren't working right. Why? Why? What fucking right do you have to ask that, you pasty little shit? She leaned in, arching unnaturally towards me to match the growing hate in her voice. I tried to back away, but my body wouldn't listen. If you were just 1 hour earlier, I'd have lived. But we wouldn't want that now, would we? Oh no, the poor troubled boy has to get his kicks somehow. That isn't... You were already... Mom contorted her face into a bitter mockery of concern. Eyebrows sloped and lips pursed. What was it, honey bun? Was Daddy too distant, too cold? Was it that fat lump of lard who bullied you at school? Or were you just born this fucked up? I found my voice and cried out. Stop it! It wasn't my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This just served to animate her further. She reared up, coiled all out of shape. I heard the crackle of dry skin, the color of ash, and when she opened her mouth, her lips split and oozed a foul black fluid. This time, my body replied and I twisted away, jamming my palms into the sand. Before I could get up, bowed fingers latched around my forearm and held me tight. I looked down. Mom had caught me and dug her coarse, filthy nails into my skin. It burned. It burned so bad that an electric shock went all the way up my arm and I swear I heard flesh sizzling. Without moving her shoulders, her neck stretched out so we were at eye level. In a voice like spiders burning in a fire, she said, Oh, sweetie, it's okay. You've got an ouchie, don't you? I know what'll make you feel better. Go get a kiss from dear old mama. Shut up! I screamed, thrusting my arms out to shove her away. When my hands drove into her ribs, she stopped, looked down at my hands, then back up to me with a smile. Then Mom disintegrated. And no, I don't mean she just vanished. If only it had been that easy. The form and shape of my mother collapsed into a mass of tiny, writhing bodies. They looked like some kind of crustacean. Little translucent shrimp things that hopped around like fleas on a hot plate and swarmed back to where they came from. Back to the lake and to its depths. I don't know why I even wrote about this. It hurts. Still does, and I'm not just talking about the burnt scrape marks on my arm. A disgusting horde of water bugs talked with me for a solid 30 minutes, and I believed it was Mom. At least I know it wasn't her, but the damage is done. I was so close to burying that memory forever and forgetting what I've done. I'm staying inside for the rest of today. I can't go near there right now. At least I can see it from this window. Not a ripple in sight. I can see the car too. It's pretty. But when I look at it now, all I think of is sitting in the driver's seat, parked to the driveway, watching faceless people carrying a stretcher with a long black bag on it. I don't think I moved for a full 24 hours. Not until the taxi dropped Dad home after he flew back from Japan. The only reason he gave me a Chevelle is so I could be gone by the morning and never come back. In a few days, I'll be back down by the lake. I know it. I'm also pretty sure some of those shrimp things got on me, so I'm keeping an eye out around the house. Okay, I'm done. I've spent the last of what I have writing this. I feel like curling into a ball under my bed. They're in the house. I swear I checked myself up and down, damn near burned my skin off in the shower, but they still got in somehow. I crushed the bastards, but some got away and I don't know where they're hiding now. Whatever the hell these crab shrimp creatures are, it looks like there has to be a lot of them to, camouflage themselves. I haven't seen them try to take the form of a person or anything else. With a few, I can cull them and prevent them from multiplying. If I leave them too long, well, I'm not going to do that. It's been 3 days since I last wrote. I've been too afraid to leave, afraid of those things breeding in unchecked corners. But I need to get out. I can't stay inside. The walls are heavy, the ceiling's pressing down on me. Dusk is coming. I'm going down to the lake, to a spot as far from the overhang as possible. I need to see the lake before it gets dark, to stare into the vanishing point where it kisses the clear sky. This time, though, I'm bringing this paper. If there's anything new or noteworthy, I want to record it as I see it. I can't rely on my memory. Made my way out to one of the big moraine boulders in the water, an island of its own. Although it isn't very comfortable, I never usually come out here, but I haven't seen any of those bugs. It's pretty dark, though. At least I can see the stars. The stars, they're so far away. When I look up at them, it's like I'm dreaming, wondering what it'd be like to be one. Often some hidden away nebula in the corner of an unnamed galaxy. I think I'll just stare a while. The reflections are gone. I don't know what happened, but the lake is dark and muddied and ignorant of the night sky. There isn't a star reflected on its surface. That's okay, though. I guess the lake just gets like that sometimes. I don't like to look at it when it's like that. I'd rather admire the stars. It's getting cold, so I'm going inside to sleep this off. Ever since those things masquerading as Mom paid me a visit, every day has felt like a nightmare. Hopefully I'll wake from it by the morning. Well, today's been better. When I got back last night, I went in the bathroom to brush my teeth, and was absolutely disgusted to find a stream of those tiny crustaceans practically erupting from the base of the mirror. I didn't care. I fucking burned them because that's what they deserve. The scorch marks on the sink will have to wait until later to be cleaned. Aside from that, I slept quite well. And no, I didn't find any in my bed. That doesn't mean they aren't there. They could be, sure. But out of sight, out of mind. Oh, and if it wasn't already clear, I don't blame the lake for what happened. Yes, those things came from it, and I'm sure there's plenty of horrors gliding around its depths. But there's also many a beauty to be seen. The lake accepts all, no matter where you stand. The reflections came back when I went down to the shore. In fact, the lake is more flat and mirror-like than it ever has been before. I put the pen down here if that's all there is to it. Of course, I saw something. I was reclined on the soft gravel slope, letting my head drain and empty and my eyes surf across the horizon, taking slow drags of a cigarette and letting smoke billow between my teeth. Then I spotted a dark blot, breaking the otherwise perfect seam. I struggled to make out what it was aside from, well, a blot that was dark. Whatever it was, I could tell it was approaching the shore. Approaching me. Soon it became obvious that the shape was above water. Not a thing of the lake, but of land. It was a boat, and the natural conclusion would be that someone was sailing that boat. Who? They're close now. From the rate they've been sailing, and I'd give them a good 20 minutes before they get here. Let's see if I'm right. I would bet on it. If only there was someone to bet against. Ah, my smoke's gone out. Damn. Got ash on the page too. What the hell? My ears just started ringing and it feels like thumbtacks are being driven into my temples. They waved. At first I didn't register it as such, but they waved. At me. How is this possible? I didn't think... Oh no. They just called out my name. He knows my name. How does he know? Who told him? When? Shit, what do I do? If he can come here, anyone can. No, that can't be right. He's here. So, good news and bad. The good news is that he wasn't those shrimp things. He's real. A real, honest-to-God human being. And out of anyone he could have been, guess who? Ben. It's Ben. I didn't even remember him until those things mentioned him. It hurt to see him after so long. I can't help but associate him with the memory. The memory of what I did to my own mother. My rock. He moored the boat to a piece of dead tree jutting out near the shoreline that didn't look remotely stable, then jumped out and stood there for a while, taking in the surroundings, the lake house, my house. After he was done admiring the place, he turned in my direction and made his way over, and said that... Why am I paraphrasing? I remember it exactly. These things don't happen often. That is to say, they never happen. So when they do, it's only natural that the memory of it is near photographic, word for word. Ben looked me in the eyes as he said, "Nice place. It's, comfortable." I broke from staring and shifted my gaze to the ground. It didn't feel good, looking at him. The familiarity was scalding. "Yeah. You come down here a lot?" Still staring down into the round, grey pebbles, I frowned. "Yeah." I could see why. Man, it's just serene. Ben peered out across the lake, while my eyes stayed confined to the long-ago smooth stones. Everything seemed so loud. I heard every breath he took like it was played through a stage amp. The silence was worse, so I broke it first. "How'd you get here, Ben?" "Well, I mean, by boat, obviously, but how long did it take, and how did you even know where to..." "Dude, I didn't come all this way so you could hear me moan and groan about how awful it was. And yes, it was, but this isn't about me. I miss you, man, and I'm not alone. We all miss you. You don't have to be alone either, and I know you may not think so, but we still care." My eyes pulled away from the ground, and I looked at Ben. I looked long and hard into his eyes. God, those eyes. There was no falsity there, and no doubt either, regardless of how hard I searched for it. Still, it wasn't enough. "I'm fine here. This is my peace. If you cared, you'd accept that." Ben paused for a moment, long enough for a smile to creep across his face. It wasn't like Mom's smile, bitter and lifeless. It was only hopeful, and just as genuine as those eyes still were. I do. Now, he was the only one to look down at the ground. I know you're relaxed here, but is that all you want, to relax? I know what it's like. After a while, I would start to worry about whether I'd be able to, instead of actually relaxing. You spend too long in your own company and it gets stagnant. That sharp pain in my head shot back. I didn't like it, because pain makes me angry. All I could muster as a reply was a simple, quiet grunt. Look, I want to help you, but I can only help you if I want to be helped. Shock flashed across Ben's face, quickly replaced by something more sympathetic. No, not sympathetic. Pitying. More of the same thing I'd been supplied with in abundance my whole life. I don't need it. I'm sorry and all that you came this far for nothing. Please, go. He stuttered, like he wanted to try and change my mind, but he gave up. Fine, but I'll be back again, and not because I expect you to decide differently, just because I still care. With that, he boarded his vessel and untied the knot. The boat drifted out into the lake. Ben standing and watching me with that ever-present smile of his, only now with the barest tinge of defeat that stopped it from reaching his eyes. He left at my request. That alone sort of left me dumbstruck, because I wanted him to change my mind. I want so desperately for someone to do it for me, and I just sent that someone packing. Maybe I'm more like Dad than I thought. And what he said about relaxing, he's absolutely right. I can't deny it now, the words have been spoken, acknowledged. But he's coming back, and that sets my heart at ease, because as distant as the past has become, the future might be making a turn. Left, right, doesn't matter. As long as it gets me off this road. I just hope it isn't a U-turn. Ben, when are you coming back? It's been 2 days, and there's nothing out on the lake. He probably forgot. Yeah, that sounds right. I know I keep calling it a lake, but now it's really more like an ocean. There's nothing to be seen, short a flat skyline. Actually, wait, I need to check something. I think someone's here with me. It was bad enough when I came out and found the road, or where a road should have been, entirely swallowed up by lake water. But what sent me into shallow breaths was the flattened grass running down the bank beside the gravel drive. The chevel's gone. Something pushed it into the lake. I can't see it, but where else could it be? Doesn't matter. I wasn't putting it to any use. It seems like the lake is the only place anything can go anymore. Oh, Ben's here. He's calling my name from outside. Thank whatever trigger made him remember. I can't wait to talk to him. Shit. Holy Jesus. I need to double check the locks. It wasn't him. I stepped out the front door and saw it in the bushes under the trees. I thought I was looking at a weird stump or log until it moved. God, how do I even describe that thing? Brown, bruisey carapace, at least 20 legs, all shuddering and twitching like some enormous deformed spider. And that wasn't even the worst part. When it reared up out of the bushes, where there might have been eyes, was instead Ben's bloody eyeless head, chopped off and fused at the neck. It kept calling to me, even as I stumbled screaming inside. I'm huddled up in the bathroom right now. I know it's still out there because it's crawling on the house. Each step is vibrating through me. I can't say how many legs it has, but they're sharp and spiny, and there's tiles falling off the roof, smashing on the rocks outside. Ben's still calling out for me, although now I can hear the sound of clacking glycera beneath. He sounds desperate. He sounds enraged. The things it's saying, are vile. It's hurting me. Sticks and stones? Bullshit, I'm sorry. I can't write and press my hands over my ears at the same time. The thing finally stopped running circles around the house. It settled by the front door and it's still sitting there, perched, ready to spring at any sign of the door opening. I know because I could see it through the frosted glass. A dark, hulking haze of malice, only letting out the occasional shudder or click. This is too much. I need to see the lake, even if it's just a peep. I need to. He's coming. Oh, thank God. Any God that heard me, and the ones who listened. Only a faint dot for now, but one growing into a mighty, indomitable circle that could roll over even the most hideous of things and flatten them into nothing, even the thing shivering outside the front door. I should warn him about it. How? I'm terrified of making a sound, of making myself known. Right now, I'm just trying to ignore it, long enough to shift it into the periphery, but not too long as to forget. I don't have the luxury to forget anymore, because if I do, there'll be nothing left. It's okay. He can handle it, I'm sure. I feel so stupid. Ben moored at the beach and jogged up the path to my door. I wasn't even sure he'd noticed the creature till he looked. He sort of grimaced a bit, but that was it. Like it was a damn mouse or something. This badass motherfucker shoved it out the way so he could get to the door. And guess what happened? It disintegrated. Tiny hopping lake bugs. The shrimp things. I'm so embarrassed. Being that frightened of something I could kill with a flick of a finger? I guess I won't have time to copy these papers over to the computer. Oh well, it's not like I want to reread these. Is this a journal? A diary? If nobody's going to read it, then it isn't anything. Whatever you are, I'm sorry to leave you so suddenly, but I need to go. I can't spend a minute longer here. And Ben's knocking at the door, calling my name. The real Ben. Goodbye. The fact that these words are here means I've failed. I'm sorry, God. I'm so sorry. Ben, everyone, I failed. Even with your help. Something I never deserved in the first place. I think it was always meant to be like this. That I would be here, by the lake, forever. Ben looked surprised when I came outside and asked to leave. Surprised, but happy. How easy it is for someone like him to misjudge panic for enthusiasm. Either way, we bounded down to the beach to the boat, and for the first time in forever, I set foot on something that wasn't the beach, or the house, the island. Just standing in the small rowing boat made my head spin and my legs weak. I kept glancing back at the house, but I'd had enough of it. And Ben, you kind idiot. He told me to sit back and breathe while he rowed. I nearly scoffed at him before realizing I wasn't actually breathing. When I breathed out, it was like every muscle in my body deflated, opening the gates to a slow wave of dread. He asked about the wound on my arm too, but I just told him I burned it on an oven tray. I could tell he wasn't convinced, but he didn't press any further. It still hurts. When I think of Mom, the scabs start to throb and flush with heat, so I'd rather just forget. All things considered, it was calm as could be. Calm as it had ever been. And all the while my fingers were wrapped tight around the rim of the boat. White-knuckled, frozen, mind running away, imagining all the awful things that might be shaking and swimming about beneath us. Past where the sunlight can't reach. Ben was unfazed, though, so in the end I just watched him and focused on the hypnotic motion of his rowing. It was calm until we went far enough for the horizon to roll away and reveal what lay ahead. I physically recoiled when I saw them. Clouds of pure pitch, clusters of them, swollen and lumpy. Below them, a distant and thick haze of rain, illuminated by sparse lightning flashes. The beats of my heart were so fast, so close together, it actually felt like my heart had stopped. The storm coated the horizon from end to end with its dark violence. No way over it, no way under it, no way around. We're not going through that, right? I stammered. Ben kept his eyes forward as he answered. We have to. There's no other way. I could hear it now. Deep rumbling and a downpour so heavy it was like static screeching in my ears, filling my head and burning away thought. No, I didn't think it would be like this. I can't, Ben, I won't make it. I had to shout over the wind now rushing past us. Stop, take me back. No, we're doing this. His voice was low, brimming with resolve, and somehow able to be heard through the gale. I won't let you go back there. I'm getting you out. My eyes flicked between him and the clouds. I don't have the strength. This time he turned around to reveal his eyes, burning with intensity. You're never going to have the strength without doing this first. The storm loomed over us, and I could only stutter and whine. Foreign emotions exploded in a tornado of panic, fear, and longing. I felt sure in that moment that if I let Ben carry me into it, the world would collapse and crush me like I'd always feared. He couldn't hear me anymore over the great cyclone. He couldn't hear the boat creaking as I stood up. He couldn't hear my wheezing breath. He couldn't hear my shoes shuffling. And no sooner did Ben whip around than I had leapt over the stern and into the lake. He screamed a hopeless, wretched scream, but it was cut off and replaced by the muffled sound of the lake in my ears. I don't really remember how I got back. There was a pull, like a riptide or maybe a thermal current. I remember thinking that nothing else mattered except getting away. My arms and legs were flailing, and before long I was tired out. I guess the lake carried me back to shore. Ben's gone. Swallowed by the storm, no doubt. I don't see how anyone could survive out there. And I am here. So stupid. Why did I think I could last a minute away from here? I'm such a fucking idiot. Stupid. Looks like I have the time to copy my writing onto the computer. How much is left? How much time? I'll just keep typing. Keep clacking these keys until the clock stops. No point in splitting these entries up anymore, not that I put dates down in the first place. What is the date? The computer has a calendar, but every time it disappears and comes back, the date changes. The lake is the same all the time, so I don't know what season it is. The same. Always the same. I'm going to copy these messy papers onto this screen. Then I'll keep typing. I can't hold a pen anymore. My hands are shaking. I don't know how long it's been, but I know one thing. The lake is rising. Most of the beach is already gone, and it keeps creeping closer, closer. And even now, there isn't a ripple to be seen. There is something, though, beneath the surface. If it's trying to hide from me, then its efforts are misguided, because it's huge. The big spider shrimp thing from before is like a dust mite in comparison. Whatever it is, massive and dark, it's following the lake. It's rising up, too slowly to see it moving. Maybe it's been rising this whole time. Too slow for me to notice. Maybe it is the lake, and the water's just an extension of itself. I hear dripping. It's getting louder. I need to go to the beach one more time, before it's lost forever. No. I went outside and that thing in the water started moving. I saw it. 2 parts of equal magnitude started to separate, leaving an abyss between them. I think it was a mouth, big enough to eat the island and then some in one bite. It stopped after I went inside. There's people on the beach. No, more like ghosts. Are they dead? They might be the same as me. Alone. Have I really been alone this whole time? Or were they there too? Why couldn't I see them until now? They can't see me. I threw rocks at them and I couldn't tell if they got hit. The rocks just kept returning to my hand, like I hadn't thrown them in the first place. I used to be one of them, I think. A ghost. What am I now? I'm even less. Can ghosts die? Can ghosts have ghosts? I have to stop this. The thing in the water, Leviathan, I think it's speaking to me. It's telling me everything's okay, that I can rest now. Same as what the lake always said. The same. Always the same, always. The Leviathan says there's no way back. No way but to give up. Dead end road. My car's gone. Dad's car. That old Chevelle, sunk into its bed. Dad, where are you? Hi, Dad. I didn't think you'd visit. I know. I'm sorry. It's all I've had to think about for years. It was my fault, and I've thought about it over and over and over until I couldn't remember. Please don't leave me again. Dad, please, don't go out there. Please. Drove away. He drove off in the Chevelle. How is that possible? He can't forgive me. How could he? I'm a murderer. He's never coming back. Ben isn't coming back either, because he can't forgive me for what I've done. Where did it go wrong? Mom had the softest voice, perfect for lullabies, round and round the garden, like a teddy bear, 1 step, 2 step, missing you under here. I miss you, under here, past it all. I'm forgetting it all. I can feel it staring at me through the window. It's waiting. It'll wait for as long as it needs to. God, I've waited too long. I've waited for the storm to settle, but it never did. It never will. I'm grinding my teeth so I can sit still. I keep finding broken teeth in the house. Must be mine, but there's too many. How many teeth do people have? I wonder how many everyone has. How many memories do we have? Who am I even talking to? Well, if you told me more often, maybe I'd remember. Sorry. I will come help at Nana's, but I need to get ready for the trip. Okay. Oh, shit. I locked you in? I'm sorry. What? You put a box of china down there? Oh, right. From Nana's. I almost left and locked you down there. Thank God. Yeah, I'll let you out now. Mom? Where did you go? I can't block it out anymore. The Leviathan is screaming at me from the depths of its maw. Endless. Grinding my teeth. It doesn't have any teeth. Just a deep, dark pit. Someone's knocking at my door. I opened the door, and the water's right up to the porch. The ground is gone. The trees are dead. The house is only here if I shut the door. But I'm not going to. I have to go. I'm sorry, Ben. Dad, No, really. I'm sorry. Do what you will. It's calling sweetly now. It's okay. Let's get this over and done with, hey? You don't have to be afraid anymore. Thank you. I'm not. I'm nothing now, and that means everything to me. The water is at my knees. It's going to swallow me up, whether I go or not. Long enough. Waited too long. Too long. Too far gone. Two's a crowd. The purest solitude is close, and soon there'll only be one. I've written and carved myself into the walls of the universe. I don't know if I've written enough, but it'll have to do. I've never posted on this website before, but I hope it works. This can't have all been for nothing. It can't. It can't. I'm going now, so I can finally be alone. Ben couldn't take me there, but the Leviathan can. Maybe I'll see you there, Mom. I hope not. I'm sorry. Good night, and I'll sleep tight. And that was I Live Alone by a Lake. Recently, the opposite shore has been getting further away and things are crawling out of its depths by Reflexion. Man, this is another one of those stories that really kind of makes you think and grind away at you, and you try to piece together exactly what's going on. I mean, the initial thoughts I had was that maybe he's in a coma, maybe he's kind of losing his mind at this lake house, if you will. It's kind of hard to tell. Obviously, you do get some of the important pieces. Obviously, like he's haunted by the fact that he accidentally killed his mother, his father's disowned him, and everything. But then you gotta wonder kind of what's happened after that. So it definitely seems to be, at least in my mind, he's lost his mind, you know. But then it gets very out there with the Leviathan and the shrimpy boys that can doppelganger people and things like that. Very interesting concept. Really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. We'll see you for the next one. Take care. My high school appears to be built on a series of man-made tunnels. Something is down there. First things first, I'm a 16 female student attending school in the US. I'm not revealing more than that, and any names I reference for this are made-up aliases for the others involved. So don't bother asking. My ex-boyfriend, Raph, we're still friends, was the one who put me up to write down our experiences over the last week and a half. I've been dwelling on it for a few days, and I finally decided, fuck it. Why not? Nobody will believe it anyways. So, here's the deal. I attend a pretty run-of-the-mill high school, kind of a rural area. I've been there for 2.5 years now, and while school seems pretty normal there, the building itself is quite old and somewhat unusually designed. I think it might have used to be a supermarket or a big box store, but we still need to go to the county recorder and find out. So I'll leave another update once we do that. You immediately get the sense that every classroom was created by just erecting walls in what was originally one giant space. The extremely high ceilings are the dead giveaway. And first thing you'll notice, keep this in mind for later. Another thing to note is that my hometown has a bit of a weird history. About 16 years ago, there were a string of disappearances. Something like a dozen teenagers all vanished on the same night. They were never found. Far as I know, and the police decided that they had likely run off together since they were all part of the same clique and ran in the same social circles. That was mostly the end of it, as it had never happened before and hasn't happened again since. Remember that as well, for later. Now, with all that out of the way, let's start with what happened last week. Me and 3 friends, we'll call them Lisa, Kate, and Sue, were driving around looking for a good place to get high not far from my house. Usually we'd just go to the woods somewhere, lots of back roads where you can park anywhere and no one is going to come by. It was after midnight and we passed a school on our way to one of our usual hangouts. I think it was Sue who noticed every door, there are several on the front, was wide open, despite it being pitch black inside. Now, this was doubly unusual, because usually the lights are kept on at night. I guess for the janitors or whatever. Well, I'm a sucker for putting my nose where it doesn't belong. So, like a dumbass, I immediately suggested we check it out. We're a pretty brazen bunch. The kind of kids who have been sneaking around and breaking the rules for years. After a couple dares regarding who would sneak in and scout, we agreed that we'd all go in together, like some kind of exploration team from a movie or something. I mean, it was just our school, so I wasn't really expecting anything. As we drove into the parking lot, I remember getting a weird feeling. It's a bit hard to describe. Just like something was off. An easy enough thing to ignore. We parked in the most obscure spot, then made our way to the closest set of double doors. There's 3 sets of them, all glass of them, with a large glass face between each of them. As we saw from the road, they were all still open. and still no lights inside. So, phones on flashlight mode, we took a few steps in and shouted to see if anyone was there. Figured we still have plausible deniability at that point if anyone caught us. The place still echoed despite the interior walls the school had added, but nobody replied. After a few minutes and several more tries, we got a bit rowdy and pushed Kate in to take the lead, but we followed right behind. It was uncannily dark. Like, I can't tell you for certain, but it almost felt like our lights were just sort of being absorbed, like the place was eating them, as if the black was a miasma that had its own substance. I didn't say much about it at the time. It was easy enough to write off as my overactive imagination. We spent about an hour exploring. First thing we discovered is that every interior door was unlocked and open as well. We explored a few, found the main office, so you got the idea that we should totally see if you can go through the principal's desk. We talked her out of it and kept looking around. I'll spare you the boring parts. Most of it was just the same yawn-inducing classrooms we'd seen 1,000 times before. I'd pretty much written the whole thing off by the end of the hour. Maybe it had all been left open for some midnight cleaning crew or repairman. Seemed logical at the time. The first thing of interest we discovered, right as we were about to call it quits, was a door we'd never seen before. It was inside one of the maintenance closets, which are usually locked. Both the closet door and this inner door were both wide open, like all the rest. And beyond that, just a concrete stairwell. We took a look, but our flashlights couldn't reach the bottom without going in. After some quick debate, we decided to see if the building had a basement and what was in it. So down we went. When we found the sublevel, it was similarly all concrete, and almost entirely empty aside from some abandoned furniture and boxes stacked in a corner. There was another metal door, though, also open. We peeked. Another stairwell. This was when Kate started complaining about wasting too much time, but I think the place was starting to creep her out. She worried out loud about whether someone was going to show up and catch us, but I was committed, so I volunteered to scout it out while they waited. This descent was longer than the last, significantly longer. I considered turning back at one point, but convinced myself I wouldn't give Kate the satisfaction of me chickening out without seeing what was down there. So down I went. There was a bottom, of course. It took me 10 minutes to reach it. I'm not sure what depth that would have put me at, but it was a lot. I expected it was some sort of old bomb shelter, so was a bit surprised when it looked like a tunnel carved from natural rock. That sense of something not being quite right returned. There was a smell, too. I have since tried to figure out what it was, but I can't say I have ever encountered anything quite like it before. Sort of a petrichor. Yes, I always liked that word. If the rain had been mixed with gasoline. The tunnel went both ways, disappearing into the darkness. I took a few pictures and left, back up the stairs. About halfway up, I heard something behind me. It sounded a bit like footsteps, but whoever was producing it was either extremely tall or moving extremely slowly, because the cadence of the gait was long. I'll admit, it spooked me. I ran back up, stopping near the top to listen again. Nothing. Then I closed the door and tried to lock it, but there was no lock. At least, not on the outside. I cracked it open and shined my light, and there, on the inside of the door, was a turn lock. That was very, very weird. Even more disconcerting, there was no sign of the others, aside from the strong, dank smell that lingered as proof they'd smoked without me. In the school's basement, even. An annoying thought, so I chased them back upstairs. I didn't find them at the car, though. I tried calling them one by one, but nobody picked up. I sent texts. Nothing. I went back to the school's front doors and shouted. No reply. I turned and screamed their names into the night. No reply. Guys, this isn't funny. Footsteps, again. That long gait. Upstairs. In the school's halls this time. It echoed. I pointed my light down the hallway, but that pitch black consumed it. Hello? Nothing. But the steps drew closer. I backed away, slowly. Remember how I told you that the school had bizarrely high ceilings? It was only an off chance that I noticed the two beady reflections revealed at the edge of the light. They were high, very high above the floor. Eyes. They were eyes. I'm certain. They moved closer with every improbable step, and I had a feeling that whoever they belonged to was not someone, no, something I wanted to meet. But it was the burp that did me in, long and drawn. It echoed and it stung, like a bloody retch or a lingering groan beneath water. That smell of rain and oil grew. I sprinted for the car, fumbled for my keys, and got the fuck out of there. But as I drove away, I saw those eyes watching through those tall glass windows, bent sideways even, as if someone crouched to look. I could still see it, even now, like it's burnt into the back of my eyelids. It's been many days now. School resumed normally the next day, but I stayed home sick. My friends still haven't shown up. Still. I haven't been hesitant to inform the police in person, but I did send an anonymous letter to them with everything I know. I doubt they will take it seriously. The only person I have dared to confide with is Raph. He didn't believe me at first, but he did remind me of the missing students who had attended our school 16 years ago. He wondered if maybe it's related. Some serial killer or kidnapper back on the prowl again. It was a disturbing idea, but it didn't last long, because he asked if I'd taken any pictures. I said I had, and he asked to look. I'd nearly forgotten about them. I'm not sure what to do with them now. But he spotted the two little beady eyes in one of them, down when I was at the very bottom, and when you turn up the contrast, you can just barely make it out. Grotesque, emaciated limbs as long as a person is tall, twisted as it huddled at nearly a crawl in that deep, dark tunnel beneath the school. But that is not the thing that bothers me the most. It's the face. I'm looking at that picture again right now. I can't stop looking at it. What the fuck? I don't know what to make of it, but it scares the living shit out of me. I'm standing in front of the mirror staring at my own reflection, phone in hand, just trying to make sure, to make sense of it. But I know that face too well. It's mine. I know I have to go back. I have to. But first I'm going to find every scrap of information about that building, get together a group, proper equipment, and bring a few of my father's guns. Then, we'll find my friends. And that was My High School Appears to be Built on a Series of Man-Made Tunnels, Something is Down There, by Britton R.T. What I really liked about this story was the fact that it kind of takes the familiar and adds like a crazy weird spin of mysterious and horror to it, and at the same time you've still got that level of fear of the unknown going on, so you know there's something that's kind of an entity, if you will, that's essentially causing harm, doing these crazy things. You don't exactly know what it's doing. You get the feeling that it's maybe eating people, but then nobody else knows about it, nobody else brings it up, but it exists in such a bizarre way. You know what I mean? It is such a crazy feeling of dread, like once you're aware of it, I mean, man, it's such a good little horror story. Such a good little horror story. I've really, really enjoyed it. I hope you have too. And we'll see you for the next one. The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. In 1830, only a few miles away from what is now the great city of Cincinnati, lay an immense and almost unbroken forest. The whole region was sparsely settled by people of the frontier, restless souls who no sooner had hewn fairly habitable homes out of the wilderness and attained to that degree of prosperity which today we should call indigence, than impelled by some mysterious impulse of their nature they abandoned all and pushed farther westward, to encounter new perils and privations in the efforts to regain the meager comforts which they had voluntarily renounced. Many of them had already forsaken that region for the remoter settlements, but among those remaining was one who had been of the first arriving. He lived alone in a house of logs, surrounded on all sides by the great forest, of whose gloom and silence he seemed a part, for no one had ever known him to smile nor speak a needless word. His simple wants were supplied by the sale or barter of skins of wild animals in the river town, for not a thing did he grow upon the land which, if needful, he might have claimed by right of undisturbed possession. There were evidences of improvement. A few acres of ground immediately about the house had once been cleared of its trees, the decayed stumps of which were half concealed by the new growth that had been suffered to repair the ravage wrought by the axe. Apparently the man's zeal for agriculture had burned with a failing flame, expiring in penitential ashes. The little log house, with its chimney of sticks, its roof of warping clapboards weighted with traversing poles, and its chinking of clay, had a single door and, directly opposite, a window. The latter, however, was boarded up. Nobody could remember a time when it was not, and none knew why it was so closed. Certainly not because of the occupant's dislike of light and air, for on those rare occasions when a hunter had passed that lonely spot, the recluse had commonly been seen sunning himself on his doorstep. If heaven had provided sunshine for his need, I fancy there are few persons living today who ever knew the secret of that window, but I am one, as you shall see. The man's name was said to be Murlock. He was apparently 70 years old, actually about 50. Something besides years had a hand in his aging. His hair and long, full beard were white, his grey, lustreless eyes sunken. His face singularly seamed with wrinkles which appeared to belong to two intersecting systems. In figure he was tall and spare, with a stoop of the shoulders, a burden-bearer. I never saw him. These particulars I learned from my grandfather, from whom also I got the man's story when I was a lad. He had known him when living nearby in that early day. One day, Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not a time and place for coroners and newspapers, and I suppose it was agreed that he had died from natural causes, or I should have been told, and should remember. I know only that with what was probably a sense of fitness of things, the body was buried near the cabin, alongside the grave of his wife, who had preceded him by so many years that local tradition had retained hardly a hint of her existence. That closes the final chapter of this true story, excepting, indeed, the circumstance that many years afterward, in company with an equally intrepid spirit, I penetrated to the place and ventured near enough to the ruined cabin to throw a stone against it, and ran away to avoid the ghost which every well-informed boy thereabout knew haunted the spot. But there is an earlier chapter that's supplied by my grandfather. When Murlock built his cabin, and began laying sturdily about with his axe to hew out a farm, the rifle, meanwhile, his means of support, he was young, strong, and full of hope. In that eastern country whence he came, he had married, as was the fashion, a young woman in all ways worthy of his honest devotion, who shared the dangers and privations of his lot with a willing spirit and light heart. There is no known record of her name. Of her charms of mind and person tradition is silent, and the doubter is at liberty to entertain his doubt. But God forbid that I should share it. Of their affection and happiness there is abundant assurance in every added day of the man's widowed life. For what but the magnetism of a blessed memory could have chained that venturesome spirit to a lot like that? One day, Murlock returned from gunning in a distant part of the forest to find his wife prostrate with fever and delirious. There was no physician within miles, no neighbor, nor was she in a condition to be left to summon help. So he set about the task of nursing her back to health. But at the end of the third day she fell into unconsciousness, and so passed away, apparently with never a gleam of returning reason. From what we know of a nature like his, we may venture to sketch in some of the details of the outline picture drawn by my grandfather. When convinced that she was dead, Murlock had sense enough to remember that the dead must be prepared for burial. In performance of this sacred duty, he blundered now and again, did certain things incorrectly, and others which he did correctly were done over and over. His occasional failures to accomplish some simple and ordinary act filled him with astonishment, like that of a drunken man who wonders at the suspension of familiar natural laws. He was surprised, too, that he did not weep, surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to weep for the dead. "Tomorrow," he said aloud, "I shall have to make the coffin and dig the grave, and then I shall miss her, when she is no longer in sight. But now she is dead. Of course, but it is all right. It must be all right. Somehow. Things cannot be so bad as they seem." He stood over the body in the fading light, adjusting the hair and putting the finishing touches to the simple toilet, doing all mechanically with soulless care. And still, through his consciousness, ran an undersense of conviction that was all right, that he should have her again as before, and everything explained. He had had no experience in grief. His capacity had not been enlarged by use. His heart could not contain it all, nor his imagination rightly conceive it. He did not know he was so hard-struck. That knowledge would come later, and never go. Grief is an artist of powers, as various as the instruments upon which he plays his dirges for the dead, evoking from some the sharpest, shrillest notes, from others the low, grave chords that throb recurrent like the slow beating of a distant drum. Some natures it startles, some it stupefies. To one it comes like the stroke of an arrow, stinging all the sensibilities to a keener life, to another as the blow of a bludgeon, which in crushing benumbs. We may conceive Murloc to have been that way affected, for, and here we are upon surer ground than that of conjecture, no sooner had he finished the pious work than, sinking into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay, and noting how white the profile showed in the deepening gloom, he laid his arms upon the table's edge, and dropped his face into them, tearless yet and unutterably weary. At that moment came in through the open window a long wailing sound, like the cry of a lost child in the far deeps of the darkening wood. But the man did not move. Again and nearer than before, sounded that unearthly cry upon his failing sense. Perhaps it was a wild beast. Perhaps it was a dream. For Murloc was asleep. Some hours later, as it afterward appeared, this unfaithful watcher awoke, and lifting his head from his arms intently listened, he knew not why. There in the black darkness by the side of the dead, recalling all without a shock, he strained his eyes to see. He knew not what. His senses were all alert, his breath was suspended, his blood had stilled its tides as if to assist the silence. Who, what, had waked him? And where was it? Suddenly the table shook beneath his arms, and at the same moment he heard, or fancied that he heard, a light, soft step. Another. Sounds as of bare feet upon the floor. He was terrified beyond the power to cry out or move. Perforce he waited there in the darkness, through seeming centuries of such dread as one may know, yet live to tell. He tried vainly to speak the dead woman's name, vainly to stretch forth his hand across the table to learn if she was there. His throat was powerless, his arms and hands were like lead. Then occurred something most frightful. Some heavy body seemed hurled against the table with an impetus that pushed it against his breast so sharply as nearly to overthrow him, and at the same instant he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor with so violent a thump that the whole house was shaken by the impact. A scuffling ensued, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murloc had risen to his feet. Fear had by excess forfeited control of his faculties. He flung his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which terror may turn to madness, and madness incites to action. With no definite intent, from no motive but the wayward impulse of a madman, Murloc sprang to the wall, with a little groping seized his loaded rifle, and without aim discharged it. By the flash which lit up the room with a vivid illumination, he saw an enormous panther dragging the dead woman toward the window, its teeth fixed in her throat. Then there were darkness blacker than before, and silence. And when he returned to consciousness, the sun was high, and the wood vocal with songs of birds. The body lay near the window, where the beast had left it when frightened away by the flash and report of the rifle. The clothing was deranged, the long hair in disorder, the limbs lay anyhow. From the throat, dreadfully lacerated, had issued a pool of blood, not yet entirely coagulated. The ribbon with which he had bound the wrists was broken. The hands were tightly clenched. Between the teeth was a fragment of the animal's ear. So, my apartment is currently being haunted by the ghost of a dead child, and he's trying to kill me. He started appearing in dreams, but I think he's crossed over into the real world now. The first time I saw him, I was experiencing sleep paralysis, and saw a child sitting in the green rocking chair at the foot of my bed. He had a huge misshapen head that was dented on one side. I did my best to draw it. For a while he just stared at me, but then he got out of the chair and started shambling toward the bed. I couldn't move because I was paralyzed. I have sleep paralysis fairly often. It sucks. Right before he reached my bed, I woke up screaming. I had another dream a few nights later, where I was in a library, and a girl came up to me and said, "You've seen Dear David, haven't you?" I was like, "Who?" And she said, "Dear David, you saw him." She continued, "He's dead. He only appears at midnight, and you can ask him 2 questions if you said Dear David first." Then she added, "But never try to ask him a 3rd question, or he'll kill you." I was very shaken. Having 2 dreams about the same thing is pretty weird. Anyway, a couple weeks passed without incident. Then David came back in another dream. Same situation. I was in bed, and he was sitting in the rocking chair near the window, staring at me. In the dream I say, "Dear David, how did you die?" He mumbles, "An accident in a store." I say, Dear David, what happened in the store? He groans. A shelf was pushed on my head. I'm frozen with fear. I ask, who pushed the shelf? David doesn't answer. I realize that I've asked a third question, which I'm not supposed to do. At that point, I wake up, absolutely terrified. The next couple days, I Google deaths in the city, but can't find anything about a kid named David dying in a store. I even try different names. Daniel, Dylan, Devin. Nothing. A few weeks go by without incident. Sort of randomly, the apartment above mine is vacated, and I have the opportunity to move into it. It's a larger apartment, so I'm thrilled. Another month or two goes by, and I sort of forget about Dear David. I think he lost track of me because I moved upstairs. But lately, something strange is happening. For the past 4 nights, my cats gather at the front door at exactly midnight and just stare at it, almost like something is on the other side. Last night, I got a weird feeling and looked out the peephole, and I'm dead certain I saw movement on the other side. When I opened the door and turned on the hall light, nothing was there, but my cats seemed unnerved, bushy tails, etc. And that's where I am right now. Dear David found me, I think. I don't know what to do. I'll keep you updated. Update. For the 6th night in a row, my cat has walked over to the door promptly at midnight and stared at it. What is going on? Okay, so I took a photo through the peephole because I'm too scared to open the door. I feel like I saw something. I couldn't tell, so I mustered the courage to open the door. Nothing was out there, but I took another photo. Look at this. Is it just me, or is there something in the first photo, right where the banister meets the shelves, hiding on the stairs? I wasn't sure if it was a smudge or something, so I took a second photo from inside. There was something out there. I deadbolted the lock and got in bed because I don't know what else to do. I can still hear my cat meowing at the door. I am pretty scared. It's been pretty quiet tonight. I'm gonna try out a sleep talk app to see if anything happens during the night. I'm heading to bed, but the cats are back at the door. They only do this in the middle of the night. It's routine now. And here we go, just minutes before midnight. Maxwell is extra talkative tonight. He's obviously trying to tell me something. They're both there now. I don't even know if this is the right kind of salt. I used a sound app to record my apartment last night. It makes individual recordings each time it hears something. There were 33 recordings. Most of them are pretty vague. A couple of them are passing cars and the like, but there are 3 that I'm interested in. The first is a snapping sound and what seems like a single step. It's odd because I didn't get out of bed all night. This one is weird because out of 33 recordings, this is the only one that has that strange electric sound throughout. This directly follows the electric static. Another snap, then I groan in my sleep. These happened between 2 to 3 a.m. I have no explanation for them. I'll keep recording and share if I find anything curious. Getting the F out of my haunted apartment for the weekend. Hold on. Did you see that? Well, psychokinetic editing did. Eyes, nose, and mouth. Misshapen head. Small stature. Please tell me it's just a painting. I have no explanation for this. So, a weird thing just happened. Take it with a grain of salt. I bought a Polaroid camera this weekend because they're fun and dorky. I decided to take a few photos around my apartment. Polaroids are stupid and fun, and inherently sorta creepy. I didn't expect to find anything, and for the most part, I didn't. I took a couple of my living room and bedroom. That's the rocking chair I first saw David in. They're pretty unremarkable. Then I went into the hallway and snapped a photo. The Polaroid developed completely black. I even ripped open and destroyed a fresh pack to see if it was just an undeveloped Polaroid, but they start out white. I also thought maybe I accidentally covered the lens with my finger, so I took a photo while intentionally covering it. The photo on the left is me covering the lens with my finger. The one on the right is my fully lit hallway, taken just after midnight. So this could be nothing. I'm not sure what to make of it. Okay, one last thing because I wanted to double check. Here's a couple of video of me taking photos.
Okay, here's my living room. And I'll leave that there.
And then the hallway.
Okay, now I'm gonna take a photo of the hallway just to show you what that's like. And as you can see, the first one has already developed. So let's see what this one does. It's gonna take a minute. But it is developing black. So I don't know.
It came out totally black again, for a second time. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still fucking around with this camera. There might be a logical explanation. Someone told me to take photos from farther away, so I tried that. Once with my iPhone, and once with the Polaroid. Left is with my phone, right is with the Polaroid. The whole light was on both times. Why is it pitch black each time with the Polaroid? This whole thread has been really convoluted, and I'm sorry if it's hard to follow. I just thought this was all weird and wanted to share. Folks have been urging me to get some sage, so I did. Saging the hall, and definitely saging the hell out of this rocking chair. Honestly, sage doesn't seem like it'll help much, but I'm open to anything. I barely slept last night. I kept waking up feeling like something was wrong. But who knows, maybe this will do something. Sage did not work. I haven't dreamt about David in a few months, but he appeared again last night. In the dream, my bedroom was filled with hazy smoke, but I could see David sitting in the chair across the room. He was smaller this time, almost shrunken. He didn't do or say anything except look at me. Anyway, it feels like a bad omen. It's been 2 weeks, and he still does this every night at midnight. Other weird stuff has been happening too. I've been recording myself sleeping, and it picks up this weird static electricity sound every night at 3 a.m. It lasts about 5 minutes. This morning I woke up to the whole house shaking. It felt like a small earthquake. I debated even mentioning that on Twitter because it sounds made up, but I distinctly felt the house swaying. It's just a whole bunch of small things happening at once. I feel so uneasy, like right before a thunderstorm comes. Everyone is telling me to move, but I don't have any guarantee that this won't follow me. They just issued a thunderstorm warning for tonight. Everyone in the city is talking about how weird the sky looks. I can hear rolling thunder in the distance. All this ghost stuff has been spooky, but this past weekend was the first time I actually felt unsafe in my home. On Friday night, there was supposed to be a huge storm. In the end, it passed, but that night was bizarre anyway. I fell asleep pretty early. I was incredibly tired for some reason. I had a dream that night where David was dragging me by the arm through an old abandoned warehouse. I'm not sure why I didn't fight back in the dream, or how he was strong enough to pull me, but that's dream logic for you. It was a creepy dream, but I didn't think much of it when I woke up. I took a shower, and then I noticed something. I'd woken up with a huge bruise on my arm. Now look, maybe I injured myself the day before, and my arm was hurting during the night, which manifested as a dream. There could be a totally logical explanation for it, so I brushed it off. I went to get a coffee, which I do every weekend. When I walk to the coffee place, I always pass a food cart repair depot. It's always incredibly busy, especially on weekends. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 4 years, and the place has always been jam-packed with carts getting serviced. But today, it was completely abandoned. The whole warehouse was totally gutted and empty. Well, almost empty. I went inside to look around because I was astonished that this place was suddenly empty after all these years. Basically, the only thing in the entire warehouse was a single green chair. If you recall, David first appeared in my green rocking chair. It could be nothing, but it's weird that it was the only thing left behind. On my way back from coffee, the warehouse had been shuttered. It's remained shuttered since. The chair, my bruise, dreaming about an empty warehouse and then passing by one? It gives me the creeps. Needless to say, I didn't sleep much that night. Too many strange things are happening, and more frequently. So, I don't know. Anyway, it was a strange weekend. There have been a few small developments in my apartment, but I'm not really sure what to make of them. I just know I'm scared. If you recall, my cats usually gather at the door at midnight, but lately it's been getting earlier and earlier every night. I was almost used to routine, so when they started to cry at the door closer to 10 p.m., I was confused. They began a new routine: hover around the door at 10 p.m., cry for about 15 minutes, then wander off as if nothing's wrong. But this week, something else has been happening. Shortly after the usual cat stuff, around 10:30 or so, I start getting phone calls from an unmarked number. My entire call history for the past week looks like this. You'll notice that I answered once, yesterday. Since this has been happening for days on end, I thought it might be an automated telemarketer or something. Usually, if it's an automated thing, if you answer once, they quit calling. So I picked up. I didn't say anything, I just listened, waiting for some automated message to chime in. Instead, what I heard on the other end was a peculiar electrical static sound, very similar to the static my sleep app picks up at night. After about a minute, the static stopped, and there was silence. I kept listening. I heard what I thought was breathing, but it was so faint I can't be sure. My heart was racing, so it was hard to hear. Then, just as I was about to hang up, I heard a very small voice whisper, "Hello." Something about the way they said hello freaked me out. It wasn't a question or a greeting. Just hello. A flat statement. So quiet I could barely hear it. I panicked and hung up. I didn't know what else to do. I closed all the curtains in my apartment and turned on every single light. I watched TV until dawn because I was too scared to go to sleep. I sort of feel like I'm losing my mind. If I look at each individual incident on its own, there are perfectly logical explanations for everything. But after 3 weeks of weird shit happening, I don't know how to make sense of it all. The only thing I feel like I could do right now is write everything down. So that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'll keep doing. So, I moved the green chair out of the bedroom weeks ago. It's been in various parts of the living room ever since. I should probably get rid of it, but I'm not sure that would have any effect. Also, I'm going on vacation to Japan in 3 weeks, and I keep thinking if I can make it to my trip, this will all end. As dumb as that sounds. David lost track of me once I moved, so maybe if he believes I've left the apartment again, he'll leave me alone. Anyway, last week I bought a pet monitoring camera so I can keep an eye on the cats while I'm overseas. It's basically a nanny cam that connects to the Wi-Fi, so you can check in whenever you want. It runs 24/7. It also alerts you to sound and movement via an app. I blacked out the company, since I doubt they want to be associated with ghosts. In any event, I decided to test it out this weekend. I was away from home one night, so I set up the camera before I left. My phone pinged periodically through the evening, alerting me to the cats running around and playing. Normal stuff. Then, around 11, it alerted me again that it detected motion, but when I checked the feed of my apartment, I didn't see anything. So I watched the feed again. Still nothing. I watched it a third time, and finally noticed something. Watch the chair. I knew it couldn't be the wind, because I haven't had the windows open at all this summer. I have AC and like to keep it chilly. It was unnerving, but there wasn't anything I could do about it right then, so I flipped my phone off and tried not to panic. About half an hour later, I got another motion alert. If you missed it the first time, like me, look above the shelf. It's a little turtle shell that I hung on the wall. Yes, I know it's weird to own a turtle shell, but my family lives in Montana and I picked it up last year at a native trading post. Since I've been back home, I've been too nervous to turn the camera back on, and today has been pretty quiet. That said, I feel really uneasy. I put the chair in the hole. I hope nothing else happens tonight. It's happening again. I've been leaving the nanny cam on 24/7. It records every time there's movement or sound, as you know. I was going over the feed from this weekend and noticed some weird stuff. During the night on Saturday, while I slept, it recorded the cats in the living room. It seemed pretty unremarkable at first. But then, after a few moments, Maxwell freaks out and jumps over something invisible. I don't think it was a bug or anything. Maxwell doesn't react like that with bugs. He just eats them. Something spooked him. What's more, I almost never get bugs. I've seen maybe 3 in all the years I've lived here. Anyway, the next night, the camera recorded a couple more strange videos. Specifically, it recorded Maxwell doing this on and off for hours. He'd sit up on his hind legs and peer around the room, as if looking for something, or looking at something. This is odd behavior for him, and I can't come up with an explanation for it, especially because of the next video. Here's the final video the camera recorded that night. I suppose there's a chance it was a fly, but I honestly never get flies, so that seems unlikely. I just can't shake the feeling that something has made its way into the apartment. It's odd behavior from Maxwell, in any event. Things feel off this week. I can't explain it. I've been having so many nightmares lately. They're way more intense than my usual dreams too. I don't know if it's because I'm stressed or if it's something else. This afternoon I took a nap and had a dream I haven't been able to shake. In the dream, I was laying in bed and rolled over to face the other direction. On the pillow next to me was a severed head with a bloody spine attached, snaking down the bed. The head was staring right at me, somehow still alive. It had this huge smile plastered on its face. Horrified, I screamed, "What happened to you?" The head smiled even bigger. "It feels great," the head groaned. After that, I woke up. It was dark outside by then. Everything was quiet. Other dreams have been just as strange. Things like dark figures staring in my windows, even though I live on the second floor. Stuff that makes no sense in relation to what I've been experiencing in life. After that dream about the head, I've been feeling uneasy all night. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I decided to go for a walk, if for no other reason than to get out of my apartment. I went to a bodega a few blocks away to get a snack. On the way, I had to pass the warehouse that was boarded up a few weeks ago. It's actually on the way to everything. I pass it twice a day just to get to the subway. I hurried past it, since it freaks me out now. At the bodega, I got some Doritos and a seltzer, then made my way back home. When I passed the warehouse a second time, I heard a dull thunk from the other side of the shutters. I froze in place, but there was no other sound after that. I probably should have just continued on, but curiosity got the better of me. There was a grated window next to the doors, about a foot above my head, too high to see into. So I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to hold my phone up to the window, take one photo, and then run for my life. I made sure my flash was on, positioned my camera lens through one of the grates, and snapped a photo. I almost thought I saw movement when the flash went off, but I couldn't be certain. The light bounced off of the grates and was pretty blinding. I couldn't even look at the photo, I just ran all the way home. I was too jumpy to look at it for a while. I just ate my Doritos nervously. When I finally did look at the photo, here's what I saw. It seemed to be a different part of the warehouse, maybe an office. There was a bunch of old insulation and what looked like a filing cabinet and a ripped up leather desk chair. Then I noticed something else, in the upper right corner. Something that looked like a face. The more I stared at it, the more it started to look like a nondescript blur. Now I can't even be sure what I'm seeing. Maybe I'm too deep into this and my brain wants to see David when he's not there. But here, I messed with the filters on my phone a bit. Tell me this doesn't look like him. The past few days have been fairly quiet. I haven't been spending much time at home. I leave for Japan in a couple hours. I've been trying to avoid anything weird before my trip. I still feel like this all might stop if I just leave for a couple of weeks. Whatever happens, I want to thank everyone for their kind thoughts and concerns. This whole ordeal has been stressful, and it means a lot. It makes me feel like I'm not going through this alone. See you in a couple weeks. I bought a votive tablet at the shrine I'm at in Japan. It's my last full day in Japan. The past couple weeks have been pretty peaceful. I have people taking care of the cats, and they said they've been doing fine. This morning I went for a long walk around Sapporo. I've never really planned my vacations. I like to wander a lot and see what I find. I came across this statue in a park. I couldn't find out any real information about it online, but it was weird and pretty. I was taking pictures of it from different angles, since it's cylindrical. I moved around to one side and almost dropped my phone at what I saw. It felt too similar to be a coincidence. I felt dizzy staring up at it. This kid with a dented head. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe this is nothing. It doesn't feel like nothing. Anyway, I have to pack for my flight home in the morning. It'll be good to see the cats again, at least. I made it home safely. The cats are fine, if a little more talkative than usual. Weird things have been happening with the electricity in my apartment this week. First, 2 bulbs have burned out in the hallway in less than a week. At this point, I've just left it alone, rather than get a ladder again. But the strangest thing has to do with the backlight on my TV. It's an LED strip that plugs into the TV itself via USB. The TV has to be on in order for the backlight to be on. But last night, the backlight was flickering on and off by itself. I noticed it just some time before dawn, when I woke up and went into the kitchen to get some water. I'd barely gotten back into bed again when I saw a faint light come on in the living room. After a few seconds, it went dark again. I went back into the living room and stood there watching the backlight go on and off, for at least a few minutes. It was bizarre. Eventually, it stopped, and now the backlight doesn't work at all. It's only a couple months old, so it shouldn't be dead already. Anyway, I couldn't get back to sleep, so I went to the diner near my apartment. It was the only thing open at 4 a.m. I had eggs over easy with ham. It was too much ham, but the eggs were pretty good. When I got back home, the sun was starting to come up, so I figured I might as well shower and go to work early. I showered and brushed my teeth, then headed into the bedroom to get dressed. As I passed the front door, I thought I heard a faint scratching sound from the other side. It was so soft I wasn't sure it had really happened. I went over to the door, but I was too scared to look through the peephole. I couldn't bring myself to actually put my face that close to the sound, so I opted to take a photo through the peephole instead. Since there's a skylight just outside my door, the hall was awash in a faint yellow-green light. I snapped a couple photos. At first, the pictures didn't seem like anything, just blurry nothingness. But as I analyzed it and started noticing things, part of a face, an ear, and an eye staring right back at me. I think maybe it's time to get someone else involved. It's obvious this isn't going to stop until I do something. I'm just not sure what that is yet. I'll let you all know when I figure it out. for those who couldn't make it out. I see it, but the features don't quite seem human. To me, it looks a lot like the kid in the statue you saw, from a higher angle. Sorry for the radio silence the past couple weeks. First, I had a friend come over to do some cleansing stuff. She did the whole apartment and the hallway. A lot of self-proclaimed professional mediums have reached out, plus about a dozen ghost hunter TV shows. I've declined them all because I don't really want strangers in my house sensationalizing what's going on. So instead, I had a friend come over and cleanse the place. And for about a week or so, it seemed like it worked. Things appeared to go back to normal. The cats weren't gathering at the door anymore. I stopped having dreams. It was starting to seem like it was over. Then, one morning, last week, I was walking to work and passed the shuttered warehouse as usual. This time, all the metal doors were wide open, sunlight pouring in. The warehouse was still mostly empty, except for one thing. There was a hearse parked near the back wall. The warehouse has been closed for over 2 months. I have no idea why it was open that day. Nobody was around. It was weird, but I tried not to think about it. It's not all that strange to see a hearse, I guess. Like, they have to park somewhere. I tried to put it out of my mind. And then the next several days were uneventful. But something else happened last night. It was around 11 or so, and I was watching TV on the couch. I went into the dining room to get a drink from the fridge, and noticed both the cats sitting by the far window, staring up at it. The window looks out into the roof of the business next door. I glanced out the window, but didn't see anything. I figured that maybe there was a mouse in the wall or something. I shrugged and grabbed a beer from the fridge. As I went into the kitchen to get the bottle opener, I noticed something. There's a window in the kitchen, which looks onto the same roof, and someone was standing on the roof, staring at me. I immediately ducked down. I reached up and flicked off the light switch. I peered over the windowsill, but couldn't see much. My phone was in my pocket, so I grabbed it and took a photo. It was blurry and dark, but I swear someone was out there. I tried to take a better photo, but the figure had disappeared. I closed all the blinds and made sure the door was locked, and then drank like 5 more beers until I was too drunk to be scared. But now I feel like I'm back at square one. I'm sure it was him. He's not going away. I don't know what to do. It's been about 4 months since the first time I dreamed of David. In the dream, I saw him in a chair again. I don't have the green chair in my room anymore. This time it was a recliner I've had for years. He was staring right at me, just like the first time. Again, I felt paralyzed and could barely move. But this time, something was different. I still felt mostly immobile, but I could squirm just a little bit. I felt more alert. I could move my hands somewhat. David glared at me, and I dreaded what I knew was coming. He was going to get out of the chair and come toward me, like before. I had to do something. I keep my phone next to me on the bed, and I somehow managed to get a hold of it. I thought, if David is going to kill me, maybe I could at least get evidence on my phone. I started snapping pictures in the dark. Sure enough, he crawled down off the chair and began shuffling toward me. He moved slowly, like it was a struggle for him. I felt terrified, but I kept taking photos. David limped closer toward me, never taking his eyes off me. Soon, I was face to face with him. He started muttering something, too quiet for me to understand. I watched as his eyes rolled back in his head until they were all white. I tried to writhe away from him, but I could barely move. I stared in horror as he began crawling up onto my bed, still murmuring something. And that's when I woke up. Same as before, broad daylight, no trace of David anywhere. It's almost routine now. But it was a dream after all, so I got up and went to work, and after a while the stress of the dream melted away. I wasn't even going to write about this, since it wouldn't really be new information. But tonight, I noticed something that petrified me. I went into my phone to find a picture from a couple days ago, and saw dozens of pitch black photos in my camera roll. all from last night. It's better to just show you. Turn up your brightness because they're pretty dark. This is the one that made my heart drop. Usually I can come up with some excuse for what's happening, but I have no logical explanation for this. So now I'm sitting here on my couch, freaking out. I certainly won't be able to sleep. I just felt like I needed to get this out. For everyone asking, yes, I'm alive. I've been on the quiet side because there's something I'm trying to investigate, and I'm not sure how to yet. I'd rather not tweet unless I have something substantial to share. It's also sort of hard to explain the logistics of what I'm trying to find out, but I'll do my best. Basically, there's a part of my apartment I'm just now learning about. At least that's what I think. To refresh your memory, I live in a duplex. I used to live on the first floor, but now I live on the second floor. It's a long, boxy building that looks like this. The other week, I was tweeting the most recent update from the living room couch. About 30 seconds after I'd sent the last tweet, I heard a thump directly above my head, as if someone above me had dropped something on the floor, which is impossible, since I'm in the top apartment. There's also no way to access the roof. There aren't any ladders on the outside of the building. The only way you get on the roof is through a skylight in the hallway. There are no trees in the immediate vicinity either. It definitely wasn't pipes either. It was distinctly the sound of something falling to the floor. My building is old and makes lots of noises, but this was a new sound and it startled me. So I'm thinking, is there some secret crawl space in my home? I look all over my apartment, but I can't figure it out. So I go into the hallway, and that's when something dawns on me. There's no real way to ease into this, so I'll just say it. There's a mysterious hatch in my hallway. I've always known about it, but I just assumed it opened directly to the roof. It's really high above the stairs, so I always figured it was impossible to access without some sort of fancy professional ladder. I took this video so you can see how high it is. I see that hatch every morning when I leave for work and think nothing of it. But this time something dawned on me. It can't lead to the roof, because it's actually below the roof. I'm about to spring some simple math on you, so I apologize in advance. First, the skylight is flat, with the roof. I checked Google Earth to make sure. The hatch is about 3 feet below the skylight, meaning there's about 3 feet of empty space between the two openings. I think maybe the hatch leads to a short ladder going to the roof. But even if that's the case, the hatch is level with all the ceilings in my apartment. That means there's 3 feet of empty space all over my apartment. I was ready to explain this away for a few reasons. One, it might just be some sort of insulated space that all residential buildings have. I'm not an architect, so what do I know? It didn't seem relevant enough at the time, so I decided I wasn't going to mention it here. But over the past week and a half, I've been hearing more things above me. A few days after the first sound, I heard a similar thump while I was in the kitchen. Then last night, I heard something small clink to the floor and roll about 6 feet before stopping. Something is going on up there. Maybe it's a raccoon, but maybe it's not. I also can't get over the fact that the hatch is in such a weird, inaccessible place over the stairs. I need to investigate. I'm just not sure how right now. I guess I'll try to buy a long pole off Amazon to see if the hatch even moves. I might have to buy a construction ladder. At any rate, that's why I've been MIA for a minute. I'll keep you posted when I figure out how to get up there. Okay, I bought a pole. If the hatch is movable, I'll either shell out for a ladder or call my landlord to investigate. A lot has happened in the last week, but I was away for Thanksgiving, so I'm just now able to write it all down. The noises from the ceiling haven't let up, but the pole I ordered didn't arrive before I had to leave for the holiday, so I didn't actually get it until late Friday night. I planned to investigate the next morning and went to bed. I'd barely fallen asleep when I woke up to an incredibly loud crash above me. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball. I bolted upright in bed and immediately felt strange. There was a weird energy all around me. I can't explain it. After about a minute, I heard another crash. I briefly thought about grabbing my shoes and booking it, but that would mean passing under the hatch, and that seemed like a bad idea. So instead I just listened and waited, though I'm not sure for what. The crash happened again, and then again, probably 15 times in a row, followed by a long silence. Then I heard a smaller, creaky sound from the hallway. In my mind, I registered it as a footstep, but it really could have been anything. I stayed still, but there were no more sounds after that. I lay back down, still tense and nervous, but I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up the next morning and everything seemed normal again. I got dressed and left to go get a bagel, same as every Saturday. As I made my way down the stairs, something crunched under my feet. I looked down and noticed a pile of debris on the stairs, directly under the hatch. It looked like dirt, but I couldn't tell for certain. It could have been old plaster or something. I glanced up at the hatch and noticed something else peculiar. The edge of something was caught in it, barely poking out. It's hard to see because it's so far up, but I took a photo. At that point, bagels were the last thing on my mind. I went back upstairs and grabbed the pole. I set my camera on the coat wardrobe at the top of the stairs and hit record, just to make sure it would be caught on video if a demon burst out of the hatch. Here's the video. I jumped out of the way and practically fell down the stairs trying to dodge whatever it was that fell. At first I thought it was a dead squirrel, which would honestly explain a lot. It hit the steps and bounced down to the first floor. I went upstairs to get my phone and collapse the pole, since it's so long and unwieldy, then went back downstairs to investigate the object that fell. At first I wasn't even sure what it was. It was a dingy, faded black. I picked it up and realized what it was. It was a small leather shoe. I hustled back upstairs and texted my landlord. I told him I thought there was something in the crawl space and asked if he could investigate. He said he'd come by later with a ladder and check it out. A few hours later, my landlord was on a ladder, shining a flashlight into the crawl space. I stared up at him, half expecting something to grab him and yank him into the darkness. He angled his flashlight all around and finally saying, "There's nothing up here." But then he was like, "Oh, wait." I watched as he reached up into the emptiness with his free arm, and when he pulled it back, he had something small and round in his hand. He climbed down the ladder and handed it to me. Again, I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. It was smooth and shiny, and at first I thought it was an old piece of candy, but it was cold and too heavy to be candy. After a second, I realized it was a marble. It was so worn that it hadn't registered as a marble at first. Its shape was also sort of weird with a little bump on one end. My landlord seemed unbothered for the most part. Okay, dude. And he told me to call him if I heard anything else. I went inside and headed to my office to see if I could figure anything out about this marble that somehow made its way into my ceiling. I had nothing to go on, and in short, I didn't really learn much. But I did figure out the bump on the marble, I think. Apparently in the early 1900s, they made marbles by hand and cut them with big metal scissors, which would mean the marble is probably really old? Anyway, now I have a decrepit old shoe and a marble sitting on my dresser. I guess this is the new normal. Sorry for the long break. I haven't been feeling great the past couple weeks and haven't had time to update. There also wasn't much to say for the most part. I wasn't sleeping well and I was having weird dreams, but they were vague and hard to describe. I'm sleepy all day long and I've been getting sudden bouts of dizziness. I chalked it up to always having earbuds crammed in, and made a mental note to get my ears checked. Other than that, things were pretty quiet. I sort of fooled myself into thinking that finding those items in the attic somehow ended all this. Not that that would make much sense. But last week, something started to happen. Late on Wednesday, I woke up with a start and felt something strange, like something had just been watching me. I turned on the light, but I was alone. Still, there was this tangible feeling of badness. Everything felt wrong, sort of like when you have the flu and you wake up at night and can't really tell where you are for a minute. It was a feeling I'm used to. It always accompanies David. People tweet at me a lot saying he might just need help, but I'm certain that's not the case. Every time he shows up, I feel a palpable sense of malice. That's what I felt that night. Malice. Dread. But still, I was alone. And I was so tired. I wound up just going back to sleep. I've been so exhausted recently I can barely function. The next night, the same thing happened. I woke up suddenly, feeling like I'd just missed seeing something. Like a candle had just gone out and I could still smell it. I thought about using the pet cam from the living room to monitor my bedroom while I slept, but the cord was too short to get the camera high enough to see the entire room. So I improvised. I downloaded an app that takes a photo every 60 seconds and set my phone on top of a bookcase. It's almost 7 feet tall, so it had a pretty good view of my bed and the surrounding room. Then I went to sleep. Just like before, I jolted awake hours later, feeling the same unease. I turned on the light and hurried out of bed to get my phone from the bookcase. There were probably 350 photos to scroll through. The vast majority of them were me sleeping in an empty room. It's sort of dark, but you can see me sleeping. I'd left a couple nightlights on just in case anything showed up, but for the first 100 or so photos, it was just me in an empty room. Then, suddenly, he was there, standing on the chair at the foot of the bed, staring at me. In the next photo, from a minute later, he seems to be staring straight up at the ceiling, just staring. Then he appears to collapse on the chair. The next dozen photos are all the same. He's completely lifeless. At first, I thought he was dead, which obviously doesn't make any sense. I looked over at the chair, half expecting him to still be there, but it was empty. But then, in the next photo, he's gone. The room is totally empty again. He's gone in the next several photos too. I figured maybe that was it, but I kept swiping through the photos. About 15 photos later, he was back, standing next to the bed. It was just like the last time I saw him. That's when my heart started to race. I didn't want to look at the rest of the photos, but I knew I had to. I swiped to the next photo and my heart sank into my stomach. He was on the bed, inches from me, staring down at me, sleeping. The next one was worse. In the next photo, he's staring right at the camera. After that, there's seemingly nothing. He disappears again, and the rest of the scroll is just me alone in my room again. That is, until the last photo. Here's the final photo on the scroll. I'm at a loss for words. That malformed ear, that stringy hair. I didn't even know what to think. I looked all over my room but couldn't find anything. And honestly, I've been so exhausted I didn't know how to process it. Even now, all I want to do is just go to sleep. Hey everyone, I'll be gone for the next week, visiting family back home in Montana for the holidays. It'll be nice to get away from all this for a bit. Thanks for everyone's kind words lately. I'll see you when I get back. So, I've been away from the city for a couple of weeks. I went home to Montana for the holidays and almost immediately I started to feel better. Less tired, less foggy. Up until now I haven't really entertained the thought of moving, thinking that David would probably just follow me wherever I go. But when I left for Montana, Everything seemed to improve. Like, maybe David wouldn't follow me after all. Maybe he was tied to the house, not me. Being home felt safer, and I managed to relax a little bit. I even started browsing listings for new apartments back in New York. The last thing I want to do is move in the middle of winter, but after the past few months, it seemed like it might be worth it. It felt like there might be a way out. But after a few days, I started to feel strange again. One night I got up to go to the bathroom, and as I stood there in the dark, I couldn't help feeling like there was something moving outside the bathroom window. The bathroom looks out into the backyard, and it was pitch black. I could barely see anything, but it's Montana, and there are animals passing through all the time. Sure enough, in the morning, I found animal tracks through the snow. I don't know the specific animal, deer, elk. The next night, the same thing happened. I got up in the middle of the night and thought I saw movement in the blackness outside. This time I stood at the window and gazed out, straining my eyes to see, waiting for them to adjust to the night. For a long time I stared out into the snowy darkness, but couldn't see any movement. Then, just as I was about to turn away, I saw something lurch off to the right and disappear from view. Again, it was too dark to make out the animal, but it could have been anything. Maybe a coyote or something? In the morning, as I was getting out of the shower, I glanced out the window and noticed tracks behind the garage. I couldn't tell what they were from the bathroom, so I got dressed, put on my coat, and went outside. When I got up close, my heart practically stopped. They weren't tracks, they were footprints. Really small footprints. I followed them across the backyard, but they disappeared into the ditch out back. I stood there in the snow, not knowing what to do. What could I do? Call the cops and tell them I found footprints in the snow? The last couple nights I was too scared to leave my room. If it had been David out there in the snow, it meant that he could follow me anywhere. No matter where I moved, he could find me. I felt helpless. I flew back to New York the day after Christmas. Back in my apartment, it seemed like I was at square one yet again. I've tried everything I could think of. I've saged my apartment, I've hired a medium, nothing has worked. And worse, I still feel him at night, watching me from different corners of my room, always getting closer, and waking up right before something happens. For the past few nights, I've been using that app that takes photos every couple minutes, but nothing has shown up. For whatever reason, it doesn't seem to work anymore, but I've left it running just in case. It's picked up absolutely nothing. Save for one thing, from last night. Last night was particularly bad. I felt sick and had nightmares all night. I dreamed that David was hovering in the corner by the ceiling, far off the ground. He was mouthing something, but I couldn't hear any words. Then he was hovering above my bed, staring down at me, his mouth moving faster than it should be. I couldn't move. I could only look up at him. Suddenly, he plummeted downward, and I felt this huge pressure crash into my chest. I woke up gasping, the wind completely knocked out of me. I sat up and looked around frantically, heaving for air. But there was nothing. When I caught my breath, I retrieved my phone from the dresser. The photo roll showed nothing of note, save for the last photo, taken just a moment before. I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss here. I just don't know. Sorry for the long delay. Honestly, I wasn't sure I was going to tweet again. After what happened a couple weeks ago, everything stopped. Well, sort of. I wasn't having dreams anymore, and I was feeling better. I was sleeping through the night again. Actually, I was feeling great. I still do. But things have been sort of weird too. It's hard to explain. I'll try. But I don't know if any of it makes sense. Basically, as good as things have been for the past couple weeks, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Like, I've been sleeping fine and I have lots of energy during the day, but sometimes I seem to sort of lose time, I guess. Like, I'll look up at the clock and realize a whole hour has gone by and I don't remember any of it. Or I'll mishear someone and ask them to repeat what they said, but they'll say they didn't say anything. Little stuff like that. But after what I've been through, that's not a big deal. Despite all that, I felt ready to put it all behind me. So on Sunday, I opened Twitter, intending to update you all that it was over. Or at least I thought so. I just want things to go back to the way they were. And it seemed like they had. I was writing something to that effect when I noticed I had way more notifications than usual. I swiped to my mentions and saw that everyone was tweeting to me about something I'd posted to my Instagram story the day before, saying they saw something weird. The stories are expired now, but I have screenshots, and I don't know how to explain it. Long story short, I went to brunch on Saturday with a friend. I posted a few photos to my story, and they were fairly unremarkable. Here's the first two I posted. Totally dumb and normal. They're totally boring brunch photos. I posted one more photo of me and my friend before leaving, and that was that. But the next day, I had a zillion messages about the third photo I posted. People had taken screenshots and sent them to me. This is what somehow got uploaded to my Instagram story. I have no clue what happened. It looked perfectly fine on my phone when I uploaded it. I'd say it was just a glitch, but I can't make sense of what's happening with my face. Maybe I can. I know what it looks like, what it probably is, but I don't know if I care anymore. I really just want things to be normal again, and things feel normal enough right now. I don't know. I guess I'll keep you updated if something else happens. Everything is fine. Please don't worry about me. I'm okay, and everything will be like it was before. For everyone asking if I'm alive, I'm doing okay. It's been pretty quiet around here lately, and I've been trying to focus on work. Of course, I'll keep you updated if anything strange happens, but for now I'm staying busy with drawing and other projects. And that's kind of it. That's where our story of Dear David seems to kind of end? Question mark. It's strange, right? So I really enjoyed this story personally. I thought there was a lot of fun and creativity to it. It's one of the first Twitter horror stories I really got to read. You know, this was back in 2017, and it was hot, it was fresh, it was a crazy idea because you know it's not really a very common thing you would see even still these days, and it just kind of stops, right? And in his defense, he always says that it's a very real thing. You know, he swears up and down that it's, you know, this happened to him. And although I'm not trying to argue that fact, my personal belief is, you know, take it with a grain of salt, right? I mean, you know, like there's like a haunted doll thing that you never really see besides in his picture. I don't know. There's certain little things about it that just kind of get me, you know, get my goat. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool things about it. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of intrigue and entertaining values about it, you know. I thought it was very creative, especially, you know, like I said, this was one of the first ones ever when it comes to a Twitter horror thread. Some Dear David news. Dan Lin, producer of It, will be producing a Dear David film with screenwriter Mike Van Ways, writer of The Conjuring, spin-off The Crooked Man, attached. So you could tell that there was a level of popularity to it that, you know, I mean, it became big enough that it ended up getting its own film. And, you know, like, I remember hearing that there was going to be a film, and it's like, oh, wow, that's so cool, you know, a film about this crazy story and everything. And, you know, then you never really hear anything about it again, which I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. Only when I started researching back at a Dear David and preparing this video, and then doing any scouring of his Twitter page I could, I did find a little something something. I found out that they did make the film, and that the film released back in 2023. I know. 2023, I was like, oh my god, how have I never heard about it? How has it, you know, not been talked about in theaters and stuff like that? Where are the trailers? And then Adam here shows us probably why. Metacritic named Dear David the 6th worst movie of the year, which is a shame. But apparently they changed quite a bit of the plot and everything. It didn't really work when it comes to big screen stuff, but not everything does. Not everything does, which is fair enough. Adam tends to keep himself busy these days writing his comics still, which is really cool. That was another thing that I used to really enjoy back in the day. And even now he's still working on them. You can see a lot of them uploaded to Twitter. I think he's got a Blue Sky account now. That's like a whole new social platform. I don't really know. You know, I'm not exactly up to date with everything myself. I'll pop those links down in the description below. But anyway, as always, I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I've had a great little time with it. I hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next on the horizon. You take care. Long live the new flesh. The town of Ingleswood was in the middle of nowhere, according to the map. I'd never heard of it before, and neither had any of my friends when I'd asked them before leaving. Even more strange was receiving correspondence from a relative I hadn't spoke to since I was a young child. It had come out of nowhere, a letter proclaiming my great-uncle to be dead, and informing me that I had inherited a slaughterhouse in a town I had never even heard of. A slaughterhouse, of all things. I might have thought it was a prank had there not been a rusted metal key included in the letter. Somehow a part of me knew the key was real, and that it belonged to the slaughterhouse my great-uncle had once owned. The ownership had been passed on to me, for reasons as of yet unknown, and I would have to drive up there in order to settle the inheritance. Which is why I was currently driving down a long, serpentine road through a dense cluster of trees. It was still early afternoon, but the sky was grey and heavy, casting a dismal pall over the forest. Shadows crept out of the trees and onto the road, making it difficult to see without my headlamps. I shuffled forward in my seat, hands gripping the wheel tighter as the trees grew around me. I'd been driving for just over 3 hours now, and it had been at least 30 minutes since I'd last seen another car. According to my map, I should be almost there. Yet I hadn't seen any sign of civilization. Nothing but empty fields and abandoned, ramshackle buildings in the middle of nowhere. And now this forest that seemed endless and labyrinthine. The tires hit something in the road, and the car jerked, throwing me forward in my seat. I slammed my foot on the brakes and the car skidded to a stop, gravel hissing beneath the tires. I glanced into my rear view and spied a shadow on the road, but I couldn't tell what it was. Had I hit an animal or something? I hadn't seen anything. I debated ignoring it and driving off, but in the end I cut the engine and climbed out of the car. The air beneath the trees was cold, and goosebumps pricked the back of my neck, and I walked over to the misshapen lump on the road. The smell hit me first. The smell of old rotten blood. It was an animal carcass. A rabbit, perhaps, or something else. It was too mangled and bloodied for me to tell. Flies buzzed around the torn flesh, the grey glint of bone poking beneath the fur. Whatever it was, it had been dead for a while. I stood up and shook my head, lip curling against the stench. I'd move it off the road, but I didn't have anything with me that would do the trick, and I'd rather not touch it without proper protection. I would have to leave it. Maybe carrion birds would come and pick it clean later. I returned to my car, feeling a little bit nauseated, and drove off, watching the dead animal disappear behind me. 15 minutes later, and I finally broke free from the forest. Muted grey sunlight parted the clouds, dappling the windscreen. On the other side of the trees were more fields, still empty. I found it odd that there was no cattle around. No sheep or pigs either. What was the use of a slaughterhouse if there was nothing to slaughter? In the distance I glimpsed a small cluster of buildings. It was more like a settlement than a town. Stone and brick and straw. Not the kind of place I expected to find myself inheriting a building. Had my great-uncle really lived out here in the middle of nowhere? Was that why I have never heard from him? The road turned loose and rutted, and the car jerked and bumped as I drove closer to the town. A small sign, weathered and covered in mud, read, "Welcome to Ingleswood." At least it had a sign. The place wasn't a made-up town after all. I pulled the car to a stop at the side of the road, and pulled out my map again. The letter had contained specific coordinates to the slaughterhouse which, according to the map, was a little distance away from the town itself, on the very borders. If I followed the road for a couple more miles, and then took a left, I should arrive at the house. A flutter of nervous energy tightened my stomach. I didn't really know what to expect when I got there, or what I was going to do about the situation. The only reason I'd driven down here was to get a better understanding of things, assess the area, and try and figure out what to do. Should I sell the slaughterhouse or move here? The latter option didn't sound particularly appealing after getting a glimpse of the area, but I wouldn't know until I had a proper look around. I followed the loose gravel road for a little while longer before spotting a turning off to the left. The remains of a broken stone wall lined the path, and I spotted another sign that was too rusted to read. Signaling to turn, even though there were no other cars in the area, I followed the path through the sheltered, wooded area until I reached a small house. It was more of a cottage, really, with white bricks and a thatched roof. The place had an air of dilapidation about it, as though nobody had lived here in a while. Considering my great-uncle had only passed recently, I knew that wasn't true. Beside the house was a large, freestanding shed. A rusted padlock was chained around the doors, and I knew without a doubt that the key I'd been given was the key to the shed. Did that mean the shed was the slaughterhouse? I parked the car on the grass and climbed out. The air out here was fresh and pleasant, a nice change from the city, though beneath the fragrance of nature, I could smell something else. Something darker, richer. Old blood and rust and butchered meat. I threw a brief glance at my surroundings. My gaze skimmed past the trees and the fields and the faint curl of smoke blotting the distant sky. I couldn't hear anything beyond the wind. No bird song, no chittering bugs. I couldn't hear cars or people, or anything that would suggest there was a town nearby. I let out a sigh. Maybe it would feel lonely living out here. I was used to the city after all. I grabbed my rucksack from the trunk and fished out the letter and the key I'd been given. No key to the house, which was odd. I'd phoned my great-uncle's executor before driving out here, but apparently all material belongings were still inside the house, and the shed key was the only thing that had been passed on to me directly. I walked up to the cottage's door and tried the handle. Locked, unsurprisingly. If I couldn't figure out a way to get inside, I'd have to call a locksmith out here, which could take hours. Muttering in frustration, I began rooting around the rocks and broken plant pots sitting outside the cottage. Whatever plants had once resided there were now withered and shriveled, their roots black and gnarled as they poked through the soil. I turned one of the empty pots over and grinned when my eyes caught a glint of silver. I hadn't had my hopes up, so finding the key immediately lifted my spirits. At least now I could get inside the house. Leaving the slaughterhouse locked for now, I headed inside the cottage. The air was stale and heavy with dust, and my eyes immediately started to water. How long had it been since anyone had opened that door? I wasn't familiar with the circumstances of my great-uncle's death, so I wasn't sure if he had spent his last moments in the house or not. That thought made me shudder as my nose picked up on the smell of damp and mold. Apart from some minimal furnishings, the house was mostly bare. I didn't know what kind of man my great-uncle was, but apparently he didn't like clutter, and he very rarely dusted. I ran a finger over the sideboard in the hallway and grimaced at the thick layer of dust clinging to my skin. If I did decide to stay here, it was going to take a lot of work to get this place up to standard. The longer I stayed here, the more I wanted to leave without looking around. But I couldn't ignore it forever. At some point, I'd have to assess the state of the slaughterhouse and make a decision about what to do with it. I went through each room, casting a cursory look over the furniture and testing the electricity and water supply. Everything still seemed to be running, which was a bonus. I'd already planned to stay the night here, so having hot water and lighting would make things easier. Upstairs, I paused on the landing to peer out the window. At the back of the house was a field of brown, uncut grass and some stilted shrubs. I could just see the edge of the shed beside the cottage, the old wood stained and withered. In the distance, I could see the cluster of houses that formed the village. As I was about to turn away, I glimpsed movement at the edge of the property, amongst the tree line. Someone stood between the trees, watching me. I couldn't get a good view of their face, but in the brief glance, it seemed gray and hollow, like wax. The figure darted away through the trees and disappeared. I frowned, that unease from earlier returning. Was it a villager? Shaking it off, I searched the upstairs room. A large master bedroom and a bathroom, a linen cupboard, and a smaller guest bedroom was all that was up here. Like downstairs, everything up here was old and run down, covered in a thick layer of dust and mildew. I closed the bedroom door behind me and went back down into the kitchen, where I'd left my rucksack. The rusted key to the slaughterhouse sat on the table where I'd left it. I figured it was about time I went to see what I was dealing with next door. Grabbing the key, I left the house and went across to the shed. The metal of the padlock was ice cold against my fingertips as I inserted the key and twisted it. The lock fell away, and the door edged open with a creak. Shadows spilled out across my feet. I peered into the darkness as I gripped the edge of the door and pulled it open further. The air inside smelled stale and old. That same undercurrent of old blood ran beneath the surface. Drawing in a deep breath, I pushed the door the rest of the way and stepped inside, letting the dull afternoon light filter inside. The slaughterhouse was nothing like I'd been expecting. Inside was nothing but an empty shed. The wood was damp and starting to rot, the ground full of old hay. There was no equipment that you'd expect of a slaughterhouse. No cold room to store the meat. It was just an empty shed. Perhaps it wasn't a functioning slaughterhouse at all. But then why had it been called as such in the inheritance? Something glinted in the sunlight, and I looked up. Several large metal hooks hung from the ceiling. the kind that you hung meat onto. But what was the point, when there was nowhere to prepare it? Unless I was missing something, this was a plain old shed, with some leftover meat hooks still stuck into the ceiling. I raked a hand through my hair and sighed. Was it a waste coming all the way out here? I shook my head. Not a waste. I still had to figure out what to do with this place, now that it was legally mine. Leaving the slaughterhouse, I relocked it and pocketed the key before heading back into the house. It was getting on in the afternoon and I was tired from driving all morning, so I decided to grab a bite to eat while I considered my options. By the time evening had rolled around, I still hadn't made up my mind about this place. There wasn't much merit to staying here if the slaughterhouse couldn't actually be used, and I didn't particularly fancy being stuck in the middle of nowhere. I could sell it, but not as it was. It would take a bit of work to get into a decent state, and make it appealing to a potential buyer. The final option was to just leave it here gathering dust, but that seemed a waste. I had debated heading to the village to see who lived around here, but after spying that strange figure watching me from the trees, part of me had been reluctant to venture too far from the house. Maybe I'd walk down there in the morning. As dusk grew outside, shadows encroached further into the cottage, and a chill crept into my bones. I turned on most of the lights and went around drawing the curtains to block out the night. I wasn't fond of sleeping in unfamiliar places, so I spread my sleeping bag on the floor of the downstairs sitting room instead of upstairs. Using hot water from the kitchen, I made myself some instant noodles and ate them from the packet, listening to the radiator clank and groan as it rattled to life. Being on my own in a strange house was starting to make me feel a little unsettled, so I turned on the television to fill the silence. Nothing but static burst from the screen, so I switched it off just as quickly. With nothing else to do, I headed to bed early. I nestled into my sleeping bag and spread another blanket over me to ward off the chill, and fell asleep the second my head hit the pillow. I woke up early the next morning to the sound of someone tapping at the window. Blinking away the grogginess of my eyes, I sat up. The room was still dark, shadows lingering around the edges. I reached over to switch on a lamp and stretched the cricks out of my neck from camping out on the floor all night. What was making that noise? The curtains were still drawn, but I could see movement in the gaps around the edges. Climbing stiffly to my feet, I walked over to the window and tentatively pulled the curtain aside, peering out. A beady black eye stared back. It was a crow. Ruffling its ink-black feathers, it tapped its beak 3 more times against the glass before flying away. I watched it go, frowning. Dawn had yet to break, and the sky was still in the clutches of night. According to my watch, it wasn't even 5 a.m. yet. I was awake now, though, so I dragged myself into the kitchen to get some instant coffee on the go. I'd slept right through the night, but I remembered having strange dreams in the midst of it. Dreams about meat and flesh and bloodied metal hooks. No doubt because of the circumstances I'd found myself in. When I returned to the living room, I found the key to the slaughterhouse sitting on top of my rucksack. I thought I'd left it on the kitchen table, and seeing it elsewhere left me momentarily disconcerted. Had I moved it there? I must have. There was nobody else here but me. Maybe I'd slept less well than I thought. I didn't trust the pipes enough to have a hot shower, so I changed into a pair of fresh clothes and drank my coffee until it grew light outside. It was another damp, grey day, and the forest was as silent as it had been last night. Whatever that crow had flown off to, it wasn't anywhere nearby. Once it was light enough to see by, I grabbed the key to the shed and went outside to investigate. I didn't expect it to look any different, but maybe having had a full night's rest would give me a different kind of insight into what to do with the place. I unlocked the door, letting the padlock and chain fall to the ground with a heavy thump, and pulled it open. Inside was dim, and it took a second for my eyes to adjust. As soon as I glanced inside, I froze, my heart lurching into my throat. The slaughterhouse was no longer empty. Thick slabs of dark meat now hung from the rusted hooks, the air thick with the smell of flesh and blood. What the hell? Where had it come from? Last night there had been nothing in here. The shed had been locked, and as far as I was aware, the only key to open it was in my possession. How had this meat gotten in here, and who was responsible? I took a step inside, feeling perturbed and perplexed by the discovery. There was just under a dozen chunks of flesh, all lean and expertly cut, glistening red in the morning light. I wasn't familiar with meat in this form, so I couldn't tell which animal it belonged to, but I could tell it had been prepared recently. All of a sudden, I felt unnerved and unsafe. What was going on here? This was supposed to be my property, yet someone had clearly been creeping around here last night, hauling slabs of meat into my shed. I didn't like the thought of it at all. As I tried to sift through my thoughts, I heard approaching footsteps from behind. My heart pulsed faster as I turned around, not sure what to expect. A group of about 20 people were approaching the property from the trees. The first thing I noticed about them was their gauntness. Like that mysterious figure I had seen in the forest, their skin was pallid and their flesh sunken, their clothes hanging like rags off bony shoulders. They looked starved. "Meat!" one of the strangers cried, their voice hoarse and brittle. "We have meat again!" "We have meat again!" someone echoed. "We are saved!" "What?" I muttered, stumbling back in surprise as the group of people, presumably from the village, drew closer. "What's going on?" "You brought us meat. You saved us," the older villager at the front of the mob said, reaching out his hand in a thankful gesture. Before I could do or say anything, the villagers piled into the shed and began removing the meat from the hooks, slinging it over their shoulders with joyful cries. "Wait, what are you doing?" I blurted, aghast at their actions. The man from before tottered up to me, his eyes sunken and his cheeks hollow. "Thank you. We are so happy the slaughterhouse has a new owner." He seemed about to turn away, so I quickly grabbed his arm, my fingers digging into his flesh. "Wait, what's going on? Where did this meat come from?" A slow smile spread across the man's face, revealing pink, toothless gums. "You don't know? This place is cursed. See?" He pointed into the shed, and I followed his gaze. Fresh meat was starting to grow from the hook, materializing from thin air. The flesh grew and expanded until it was the same size as the others, and one of the villagers quickly removed it from the hook. I stared in bewildered silence, struggling to piece together what I was seeing. What was happening here? Where was this meat coming from? How could it just appear like that? "I still don't understand," I finally uttered in a hoarse whisper. It felt like I was in the middle of a dream. Or a nightmare. "The hooks give us flesh," the man said. I shook my head. "But where does it come from?" "This flesh that never stops growing on these hooks is the flesh of the slaughterhouse's owner. It's your flesh," the man explained, his dark eyes glistening in the dimness. Behind me, meat continued to grow from the hooks, and the villagers continued to harvest it. My flesh?" I whispered, the words sticking to my throat. "What do you mean?" I looked down at myself. I was still intact. How could it be my flesh? "It's a reproduction of your flesh. This flesh never rots, never goes bad. It is as alive as you are." The man still wasn't making sense. How could it be my flesh? How was any of this possible? These villagers, this place, were crazy. The longer I stayed, the more danger I would be in. I had to leave as soon as possible. As if reading the thoughts on my face, the man placed a hand on my arm, a warning look in his eye. "There are conditions you must follow, however," he said, his voice a low rasp. "If you ever leave this town, your bond to this place will be broken, and the flesh will start to rot." My mouth went bone dry, the ground feeling unsteady beneath my feet. "You mean?" The man nodded. "When the meat begins to rot, so do you. Your body will decay and eventually perish, and we, the ones who rely on your flesh, will starve. You have no choice but to stay here for the rest of your life and feed us with the flesh from your body. That is your duty," he said, tightening his old crooked fingers around my arm. "There is no escape. You must accept your fate, or wither away, just like the owner before you." And that was Long Live the New Flesh by Scare in a Box. I love the idea of some demented, haunted, weird, otherworldly slaughterhouse that essentially feeds a village by harvesting your flesh in some way, or it's a reproduction. Dude, it's so strange. What a crazy story. It's very interesting, very eerie, very creepy. Oh God, everything about it. I mean, the fact they're eating human flesh. Great. What a great story. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I really hope you did too. See you for the next one. Take care. The Doppelganger. I never truly had a problem with where we lived. It was a secluded area, but that also just meant privacy was easy to come by. It was a small county in eastern Tennessee that had maybe 100 houses or so. It was just me and my parents alone in the mountains. Mom had gotten used to the mountain life and never gave much thought to leaving. My dad worked as a county game warden and usually never got home until around 8 or 9 at night. I remember one night, though, he came home rather early. He always had keys to open the door with and would typically come right in, grab something to eat, sit in his recliner, and then head straight to bed. But tonight he came in and silently sat at the table, not moving or eating. He just sat there with his head in his hands. "Something wrong, Dad?" I asked him. He turned to look at me with a grim look of sadness crawling over his face. Oddly enough, it seemed to quickly contort to a look of concern now. "Mike has been missing from the station for almost 2 days. Nobody's been able to track him down, and his family's becoming restless. Just been hard to face our wife and kids who think they've just lost their husband and father. That's all, buddy," he told me, with an almost solemn tone to his voice. Mike was his partner for the past few years. He was a younger man, no more than maybe 30 years old. Mom came in and started having a conversation with Dad while I returned to the TV. Their voices both cracked from time to time. I presumed it was due to the gravity of the situation. About 10 minutes later, Dad returned to the living room with Mom, and they turned the TV off while I was watching it. Before I could protest, they both looked at me and spoke. "Son, until this all clears up, I want you to promise me a few things, okay? From now on, don't open the door for anybody. Me and your mother both have keys, and we can let ourselves in," he told me while I listened intently. "We won't have a need to knock or call for you, and if you hear any of that, simply ignore it and go to your room. You have our cell phone numbers, so please just call us if you need to," he finished. I nodded my head, slightly concerned about the exact reasons for these specific rules, but it wasn't out of the ordinary for my parents to occasionally be strict. Agreeing to their terms, I went to sleep. I was on winter break from school, so I had no reason to rise early. The next morning I got up while Mom was sending Dad off for work. They always gave each other a peck and said, "I love you," before parting ways. This morning, though, seemed somehow more dire than usual. There was a grave sense of concern in my mother's voice as they said goodbye. The day was rather normal, up until it was time for Dad to come home. He didn't use the keys like usual. He just knocked. I almost didn't think it was him until I remembered his truck lights pulling in through the window. I figured I'd play along and open the door with a funny face or a joke to greet him. But when I opened the door, I was only met with a furious father. "Trey, what was the one simple rule I told you to follow?" he said. His voice was stern and angered. "I'm sorry, Dad. I just knew it was you," I replied. "No, you didn't. You just thought it was me. I told you I would let myself in." His voice bellowed loudly at me. My mom walked in and seemed to try and calm him down. "Henry, he's just confused, and I'm sure he won't make this mistake again. Go easy on him," my mom said softly. Dinner was quiet that night. Between Dad being furious with me and Mom trying to keep the peace, you could cut the tension with a knife. Mom tried breaking the ice. "Any updates on Mike?" she asked. "We got a call this morning. They found him down by Deer Point Creek," he said, sounding somewhat hopeless. "Well, that's great. I'm sure his family was relieved," Mom said to him. Dad looked up with tears in his eyes. It took a moment, but both me and Mom realized the gravity of the situation. Mom never asked if he was found alive, and now somehow we knew she didn't need to. "Look at me, both of you," Dad said in a demanding voice. "I don't know if it's a person or a thing, but right now this mountain isn't safe. I can't explain the testimonies and stories that I got surrounding Mike, but I know that whoever did this is smart," he told us. "They're posing as other people, pretending to be someone they're not so they can get in their homes and lives," he said. Dad looked over at me and saw the concern in my eyes. He excused me from the table and said he loved me before sending me to my room so he and Mom could talk. I tried listening, but I couldn't make out what was being said. Mike, wife, body, 2 weeks old, hiding, house, 2, missing, is all I could make from their chat. That night I had trouble sleeping. The jumbled words I had made out played in my head over and over like a blank record. I tried piecing together the bits of conversation that I had heard. So far I had, Mike's wife said, body 2 weeks old, someone hiding in the house, 2 kids missing. I shuddered at my concoction of the mind. What I made up is Mike's wife said his body was found to be 2 weeks old even though they found it this morning. And apparently he was only missing for a few days. That begs the question of who was with his family all the time. My thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the window that made my heart stop. It was too dark to see anything, but the person knocked again. "Trey, can you let me in?" he said. I recognized the voice. It was my father's voice. "Dad? What are you doing outside?" I asked. He took a moment to respond. "I thought I heard something and went to check it out, but the door shut behind me. It's cold out here, buddy. Let me in." I was still frozen in fear, but somehow my concerns got worse as a figure appeared in my doorway. It was my father, wearing his typical loungewear pajamas. He held a finger up in silence to me, signaling me to be quiet. "Trey?" the voice from outside called out. My dad erupted so abruptly that I jumped to my bed. "Get away from my house! Stay away from my family!" he yelled. The voice from outside never replied. The only sounds I could hear were what seemed like low growls and something that sounded similar to a cat's purr. My dad wrapped his arms around me and told me it was okay, and he was proud of me for not complying to the person's request. The next morning, Dad called off work. He decided to stay home with me and Mom, presumably to ensure whatever was at my window last night wouldn't come back. That night, around 9 at night, we all three heard a knock at the door. My dad didn't respond and held his hand up to signal all of us to remain silent. "Guys, it's just me," the voice rang out. "I'm headed to the station for an emergency. Did I leave my keys to the house in there?" he replied. My mother had tears swiftly form in her eyes, while my heart began to beat faster and faster. "I was hoping you'd show up tonight. I wanted to catch you off guard," my real father called out to the voice. The only noise that followed was a quick yelp, like a dog had been frightened, and the patter of feet scurrying away. "Henry, what was that?" my mother asked him. My dad held his head down as he thought about how to respond. "I don't know, Amanda, but I know it wants this house," he replied in a hushed tone. Dad radioed for several of his officer friends to come to the house. When they arrived, they found that our mailbox was torn to shreds, our flag torn from the house, and small holes dug into the yard everywhere. Whatever was at our door must have thrown a tantrum after Dad sent it away. We all three walked outside, and Dad agreed to attempt to follow the being with his friends. He made Mom promise to not open the door like usual. As we both made our way back inside, I went straight to my room to hide under the blanket and pray that I wouldn't hear a knock or a call. My pleasant surprise? I didn't. About an hour later, Dad called to tell us that he was on his way home, and they couldn't find anything. I presumed Mom was in shock still, because she didn't reply. She only weakly nodded her head. Dad got home and walked straight through the door. He was scared about something, but also mad too. "Trey! Amanda! Who left the door unlocked?" he yelled at us. Mom tried calming him down. "Honey, nobody knocked or tried to come in. I've been watching the door all night," she assured him. Dad looked around frantically. "Henry, I think you're just paranoid about us. We're okay, and so are you," she told him. They both walked to their bedroom as I returned to mine. The next morning, I woke up and found the house vacant. Mom nor Dad was in their room. I saw the front door open and presumed they were outside. I smelled something, though. It was a vile and disgusting smell. It was coming from their bedroom. I walked in, the putrid aroma was coming from within their closet. I opened the closet and realized just how crucial our mistake last night was. I saw the body of my mother. A single slash wound in her neck had caused the blood to spill out everywhere on the carpet. I cried as I stood there and fell to my knees. My own mother, dead in front of me. As I looked at her body, my mind began to flare, as if I had noticed something without actually noticing it. My mother didn't have a mole under her eye. As a matter of fact, her eyes were uneven, with her left eye almost drooping below her nose. She had no teeth, but upon further inspection, she had no place for them. This woman, or thing, wasn't my mother at all. As that thought crossed my mind, I looked up to see both of my parents storm into the room with the police. They apologized to me while escorting me outside. They said they had hoped to catch me before I woke up to explain, but the story I was given was clearly a fabricated story to shield me from what really happened. I was told a woman was trying to break into our house after Dad had written her a ticket that pushed her over the edge, but I wasn't buying it. I knew this thing was capable of far more than just being a psycho. Psychos don't manipulate voices and faces at will. Whatever this thing was, it was dead. That's all that matters to me. As we walked to our car to allow the investigators to continue, I looked up at my dad, who had his arm around me. I noticed something. Did he always have black hair? And that was The Doppelganger by Combat Wombat 9853. I love the concept of doppelgangers. I mean, I've covered the Manuel Bartual story about, a doppelganger basically, harassing his life and everything, a whole alternate world kind of craziness. I think the concept is amazing. I thought the story really, really gave you that sense of like eeriness and dread to it. Like it was still very much mysterious and you didn't fully kind of know what was going on, but it kept you gripped. This story was really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I really hope you did too. See you for the next one. Hi, how you doing? I'm Nate, and I'm going to be your narrator this Valentine's Day. I thought we'd do something a little special, So I've got a couple of stories that we're going to cover today. It's going to be really nice. It's a different perspective on Valentine's Day. Just a kind of spook factor. I think that's always kind of fun. It's what we kind of do here. For those of you that are new, enjoy. A random woman on the street gave me a Valentine's Day card. I wish I hadn't opened it. It read, "Will you be mine?" There was no name, no one to whom it had originally addressed, just a crumpled red envelope and a mostly blank white card, with the aforementioned question written inside on the right. The black ink had smeared, either at the time of writing or sometime during its travels through the curious woman's pocket. It somehow made the question seem sad, desperate. She gave me one last glance, then stepped away, mingling with the crowd that seemed to appear from out of nowhere at that very moment. I didn't know what to do, and had anyone else given it to me, I probably would have tossed it. But the woman had been strangely, unconventionally attractive, so I kept it. I used it to buoy my spirits after what had been a particularly frustrating day at work. She could have given it to anyone, but she'd chosen me. Back home, I set it on the kitchen counter and started to make myself something to eat. A few minutes into dinner preparations, I got this feeling in the back of my neck, like there was someone watching me. Turning around, I scanned my small apartment, able to see the entirety of the kitchen and the living room beyond from where I was standing at the stove. There wasn't anyone in sight, and yet I still felt as if I were being observed. It was around 8 p.m. Night had already set in, but my living room curtains were still open. I crossed the room, closed them, and returned to the kitchen. The ominous feeling lingered, but I ignored it and finished cooking. Halfway through eating dinner, there was a knock at the door. I'd never had anyone stop by to visit before, so the occurrence was at once alarming. I sat there, frozen mid-chew, hoping that there'd been some kind of mistake. But another knock came. Rising from the table, I gripped my fork in my hand and crept toward the front door, trying not to announce my occupancy of the apartment. Reaching the door, I peered through the peephole, not exactly dreading what I'd see, but hoping not to see anyone. My hope panned out. There wasn't anyone there, and yet this unnerved me, because I hadn't heard any departing footsteps. Carefully, fork gripped tightly in my right hand, I opened the door an inch. No one occupied the space beyond, so I opened it all the way. The threshold was empty. Both ends of the hall were empty. I didn't notice the evidence that anyone had even been there until I took a tentative step into the hall. Turning around to re-enter my apartment, I saw that someone had written something on the door. An unsettlingly familiar phrase. "Will you be mine?" And just like the ink in the card, the writing, dark paint, I hoped, was smeared. The letter E in mine, no more than a trailing blot. I hurried back inside and slammed the door. My heart was going crazy. I sensed that something was happening, that I was being subjected to some kind of prank or harassment. I had to hold on to the wall as I made my way back to the kitchen, my anxiety making my steps unsteady. As I returned to my seat at the table, my appetite utterly lost, I was suddenly beset with the urge to look at the card again, to read it again, even though I knew what was written inside. I went over, grabbed it from the counter, and sat back down, shoving my unwanted dinner aside. I withdrew the card from its envelope and set it on the table, a feeling of mounting unrest making my hands tremble. The blank white face of the card seemed to augur some terrible yet unguessable news. An infinite array of cryptic possibilities. Finally, I willed my hands to open the card. Inside, written on every single inch of space, was the phrase, "Will you be mine?" Over and over, in every direction, some instances more erratic than others. There was a terrible and terrifying variety to the scribblings. I'd never felt more disturbed by such a relatively simple thing. Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Will you be mine? I threw the card away, but after a few moments spent on the couch trying to calm myself, I got up, fetched my candle lighter, and burned the card in the kitchen sink. As the flames consumed it, crumbling and blackening the material, I felt a new sensation. Not exactly nausea, but a bodily lightness. I gripped the counter, attempting to steady myself. It wasn't until I had practically keeled over that I noticed the fumes weren't grey or black or the color of any smoke I'd seen before, but red. As red as the envelope the card had been in. Consciousness began to ebb away just as I heard the front door open. I remembered then that I hadn't locked the door. I'd merely slammed it in my panic. You idiot, I thought to myself as darkness took me. I awoke on my kitchen table, and the first thing I noticed was the chill. I was naked. Had been stripped completely. Given the circumstances, as terrible as they were, I expected to be bound. But I was not, and promptly rolled off the table when I shifted my weight. I landed hard on my shoulder and briefly hoped that I'd pass out again, if only to stop the flare of pain. Recovering, using the table for leverage, I stood up. My senses were rekindled completely when I saw what was smeared on the table's surface. It was, unmistakably, blood. My blood. As if activated by the sight, my nerves exploded and pain coursed down the front of my body. I fell to my knees, my body overwrought with agony. With one eye open, the other closed, as if that had somehow mollified the pain, I examined myself. From the top of my chest, all the way down to my groin, was the word, mine, carved into my skin, as erratically as the darkly enigmatic question in the card. It was like I had been claimed, the word lacking a question mark, the wounds, still fresh, a grisly statement of ownership. Every movement, no matter how subtle, brought a new spike of breath-stealing pain, so I just stayed there, kneeling on my kitchen floor, as errant streams of blood trickled from the wounds that had not yet coagulated. My one attempt to call for help brought so much pain that I almost fainted, so I refrained from doing even that, not wanting to bleed out while unconscious. I stayed like that for over an hour, until my body had grown somewhat accustomed to the debilitation. Then I stood, cringing against the only slightly diminished agony, and shedding no small number of tears, and called the police. They came. I was taken to the hospital, and they investigated what they could of my apartment and the evidence therein. I've yet to hear any news of a lead or idea of the perpetrator. They only informed me that the card, the one I'd burned, had been taken into evidence. I was shocked at this, and it must have shown on my face because the officer asked if something was wrong. I asked him how they had recovered the card, given what I'd done, and he said that there wasn't anything wrong with it, that the alleged fire hadn't damaged it at all. An itch in the back of my mind compelled me to ask him another question, even as I grappled to comprehend what he'd told me. What did the card say inside? The officer met my eyes for a moment, a look of slight bewilderment on his face. It said, "I'm glad you're mine. Once I'm well enough to leave the hospital, I'm finding a new place to live. The landlord can have everything in my apartment. I'm never going back there. For the first time in my life, I'm happy I'll be spending Valentine's Day alone." Our first story was by Weird Bryce Guy over on Reddit r/NoSleep. What I liked about this story a lot was the fact that you don't exactly know what's going on. Clearly there's just some kind of a crazy woman thing at play. It could be a demon, could be some other kind of spectral entity like a banshee or something like that. It's hard to say. And I think that makes it really interesting, the fact that we still don't exactly know what happened. You know, you just kind of get hints and stuff like that. It's very interesting. You kind of paint your own pictures, but it's still a good level of fear, because you're like, you know, can you really trust everybody that you see out there? Hard to say, right? Hard to say. Very enjoyable story. Let's move on to the next one. The Lover's Locker Escape Room is not for the faint of heart. Can your love survive our lockup? Provide an unforgettable Valentine's Day for that special someone with an evening at our exclusive escape room where love is put to the ultimate test. Call the Lover's Locker today. The place was brand new. So new that when I went in to get their brochure, I could still smell the fresh paint on the walls. It screamed extravagance. The kind of place that middle-class socialites went to on a date night. So what was a boy from the Bronx doing here with barely $1 to spare? 2 words. Brandy Myers. We met only a month before on a dating site, and I wanted to make the jump from swiped right to a relationship status, and this place felt like the right spot to do that. When I texted her just days before Valentine's and asked her if she had plans, I had actually already booked us a room. According to the clerk, they were selling fast, and I didn't want to miss out. None so far, was her response. So I sent her the tickets, and the next thing I knew, she was squealing in my ear over the phone. Babe, I can't believe you booked us that. It looks so classy. You really shouldn't have. Well, I figure maybe it will give us finally a chance to really get to know one another. Make a decision about our future, I told her. Is it going to be just the 2 of us, or a group thing? How long will it last? I want to have dinner first, is that okay? She had a few other questions that I couldn't answer, but I figured that we would just wing it and see where the night took us. My reservation was at 6 that evening, and I got there a little early with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite color. She came dressed in one of the most stunning, tight outfits I've ever seen, and I wrapped my arms around her and leaned in for a kiss. Babe, you know how I feel about PDA. Come on, you're embarrassing me, she giggled. She smelled the roses, and we held hands as we went inside, a small group of other couples waiting eagerly to be told where they would be spending their evening. Cole and Brandy? A bald man called out from the front desk. I raised my hand, and we shuffled to the front of the line. You requested the deluxe suite. Right this way, the man said. We were led to a hallway on the left and followed a dark red carpet toward a room marked DXL, where the man provided a few rules. In case of a fire, there is an alarm on the left side of the room, behind the painting, and if at any point you wish for the experience to stop, you simply need to profess your undying love for one another, and we will open the door back before the timer is through. Do you have any questions? He asked. What if we need to pee? I asked, suddenly realizing that I should have done that before we got back here. Ah, yes, of course. Let me show you where the restroom is at. I'll wait, Brandy told me. I went and did my business and hurried back as fast as I could. But my date wasn't in sight. Figuring she had already gone inside, I slipped out the key the man had given me before entering the room. I'm not entirely sure what I was expecting to see on the other side, but it was certainly not this. The room was covered in an ultraviolet light, making every surface seem far more illuminated than normal. Rose petals were scattered across a concrete floor, and long metallic chains draped from the ceiling. The chains meshed together to form a heart, a box of some kind wedged amid the bundle, and what looked like rows of knitting needles poking toward the center table from the bottom of the box. On that table, there were several books, all of which were opened and some had ripped pages, most of which appeared to be arranged in an arrow diagram that pointed toward the left wall. But that part of the room seemed blank. Instead, it was actually the opposite side of the wall that truly captivated my attention. Rows of one-way glass were lined up that reflected everything across the room, except there was one distinction on the other side of the glass, and it made me gasp in shock as I realized Brandy was lying on the ground, covered with blood and petals. Immediately, I ran to the mirror, trying to bang on the glass and see if I could get her attention. Yet, instead, the next noise I heard left me in a panic. It was the sound of the door locking. Then a voice came over the sound system. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our deluxe suite. Immediately, I started calling for help. My girlfriend is injured. Get 911. I shouted as I tried to dial myself, only to soon find that cell phone reception was blocked. You'll find that we have taken the steps necessary to provide you the most immersive experience possible connected to your personal love story. The voice droned on as I scrambled to find the picture that the man had said was an emergency release. Yet there was nothing, and the door itself had seemingly disappeared into the wall as if hidden by another trigger. I was locked in, and Brandy was either dead or about to die. If you can unlock the mysteries of each other's heart, you can make it out a better person and a better lover. But if not, you may discover that love itself may be that which tears you apart. The recording concluded. I got down on my knees and tried again to get her attention and see if she was responsive, slamming my fist against the thick glass in frustration. I glanced up at the ceiling and realized that one of the chandeliers above the chains looked like it was a security camera, and I shouted, "Is this your idea of a sick joke, man? My girlfriend is in need of medical attention." There wasn't a response. I went over to the table and tried to flip it in frustration, soon discovering it was bolted to the floor. And then I felt something taped to the bottom. It felt like some kind of tool. Crouching down, I realized that it was a magnifying glass, and I quickly removed its tape before staring at the mix of papers on the table. As I looked through the magnifier, I realized that some of the words on the papers were colored differently. I started to piece them together and try to form a secret message. It felt like it was taking hours as I looked across the glass to where Brandy was lying. I had no way of being sure she was all right, but I knew time was of the essence. It felt like I was racking my brain, trying to figure out the scrambled message. Then I heard the strangest noise coming from the other side of the glass. It sounded like tapping. I stopped what I was doing and went up to it, trying to pay attention to a pattern. Was it Morse code? I tried my hardest to pay attention, but I honestly didn't know a thing about it. Even as it went silent, I suddenly realized that this could be a vital clue that I had just missed. Was Brandy going to be in mortal danger all because I couldn't solve these puzzles? I felt trapped, both literally and figuratively, and in frustration, I went back to the books. Grabbing the first one off of the table, I chucked it at the wall. It fell to the floor and a page stuck to the wall. To my surprise, it was a cipher. I grabbed it and studied the other pages again, realizing I could use it to unscramble the code. S-A-V-E was one word. Panic set in as I tried to understand the rest. Save her, and you save yourself, it read. Did that mean Brandy was still alive? And did that mean I was in danger too? A moment later, the tapping returned, and I realized I might be able to figure out what that meant as well with the cipher. It was a stretch, but maybe the two were connected. As it finished, I managed to write down the one word I was sure that had been sent. Key. There was a physical key somewhere in the room, maybe the way out of here or something else. The question was, where? I got down on the cold floor and pushed petals out of the way, trying to see if maybe the object was hidden somewhere. There were literally thousands of them covering almost every inch of space in the tiny room, but I kept sweeping them aside. Soft music began to play as I pushed more petals out of the way, and I froze when I recognized the song. It was something that Brandy and I had loved on the radio only a week or so before. How the hell did they know that? As the music kept playing and I pushed more petals out of the way, it began to get more and more distorted, until at last it was repetitively playing the same part of the song over and over. Maybe it was another clue? I listened to the lyrics. Never hit so hard in love, Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. Immediately I reached for the chains, tugging on each of them to see if one of them might collapse. The fourth one did, and at the end was in fact a small key, connected directly to the main chain. The box, I realized as I looked up at the intricacies of the hidden puzzle. What else about this room was part of the game? Was this really just a test and none of it real? I heard over the intercom Brandy beginning to gasp for breath, and I saw through the mirror she was beginning to convulse from the shock. Hey, I'm right here. I'll help you. Just hold on, I shouted as I tried to get the key loose from the chain. Instead, I realized I would have to carefully pull the chain toward the box, but it still wouldn't reach. The only way would be to dislodge the box from the needles, I realized. Wrapping my hands with the ripped-up paper to protect myself, I began to push at the needles to reach the sides of the box. Even with the added layers of paper, it felt like sharp cuts directly against my wrist, and it took all of my power to not stop. Brandy's gasps were the only thing keeping me going. I know that it was my fault she was in this mess to begin with, and I could hear her now begging for my help. Cole, pull the alarm. Get us out of here, she demanded in desperation. I don't know where it is. There's no portrait on my side, I yelled back as I finally found the strength to push the needles deep into my skin and grab the box. It tugged out rather easily to my surprise, and I managed to unlock it only mere seconds later. I was expecting something inside to help us out of this hell, but instead, as I opened the box, the lights went completely out, preventing me from even seeing inside it. The sound was cancelled too. and I could not hear anything from her side as I scrambled to find my phone. Surely it was somewhere on the table. I fumbled down on the ground and blindly began to search. Then I heard a roaring noise from below the table, what sounded like a growing furnace. A song by Johnny Cash filled the intercom as I felt warmth beneath my feet and panic set in. Were they really going to burn us alive in here? Cole! Cole, I can't move! Help me! I heard Brandy scream over the song. I used the glow from the fire to make my way to the mirror and bang on the glass. I'm trying, babe. Just hold on. The flames were shooting up and melting the table from underneath, causing my makeshift footstool to reach the ceiling to collapse, and the rose petals were acting as an extra flammable material for the growing blaze. I realized as I demanded to get let out. But of course, there was no response. Brandy, I'm sorry about all of this. I love you, I admitted to her. Don't you fucking dare give up. I want to fucking live, she shouted with a whimper. I stood up, braving the inferno and reaching for the box to try and grab whatever was inside. Photographs of the two of us, driving around and making out, trying to just laugh. Had we been stalked by this business? What was all of this? Some of the photos showed either one or the other marked with black permanent marker, and then at the bottom etched into the box was a warning. Save yourself or save her. I had to make a choice, but how was I going to save her? I had nothing to give to her. Brandy, I need you to get up, I begged as I pushed my back against the glass wall. She couldn't see me, but I saw she was now scrambling to find a way out of her own prison. I don't understand what's happening, Cole. What is this? She whispered as I saw water was beginning to pour in from the ceiling on her side. Look, I'm probably not going to make it, okay? I think I know what to do to make this thing stop, and I'm really sorry, I said as I covered my mouth, unable to speak. I ran toward the blank wall and started to claw at it, anything to ruin this building. If they wanted me dead, I was going to take them down as much as possible. Instead, as I ripped the wallpaper off, I found what looked like a portrait of myself. I pulled the paper off more to reveal the rest of the painting, stunned by the details to my image. The escape switch, I thought as I pulled it off the wall, and I saw the way out was right in front of me. Then, the lingering question hit me. If I pulled it, did that mean Brandy would die? A message came over the intercom. Congratulations! You found your one true love, yourself! Use the escape lever to end the simulation and rediscover your life, it said in a robotic voice. At the same time, Brandy was desperate to stay above water on the side of her prison, and if I pulled it, I imagined she would likely drown. There were probably a dozen excuses I could have used to save myself, to let her go. I didn't really know this girl. Didn't know if we were going to work out or not. Heck, after this hell, if I were her, I would definitely dump me, I thought sourly. But I told myself I had to save her instead. The wall! Rip off the wallpaper! I shouted to her as the flames licked against my skin. She heard me and didn't hesitate, jumping through the rising water to scratch at the different wallpaper. Love is blind, and love cannot exist without first there being selfishness, the intercom announced as Brandy gasped for air. You can do it! Come on! I shouted. I saw bits and pieces of the portrait show up. Pull the lever! I told her desperately. Both of us were moments away from death. She turned toward me and demanded, You do yours too, right? You're there too, right? I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized she was breaking the escape room rules. They said either one or the other. We can't both go, I insisted. Fuck it, Cole. Fuck the rules. Pull the damn lever on 3, she demanded. 1, 2. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the ground in a back alley. It felt like I had been hit by a freight train. My clothes still smelled of fire. I knew that it had all been true. I tried to call Brandy but couldn't get through. I stumbled out of the alley and called a cab, getting to her house in about 10 minutes. They had dropped me off on the south side of town, with little more than the clothes on my back. I ran to her door and slammed my fist against it. She had already made it home and looked just as shaken as me. Brandy, I'm so sorry about all of this, I stuttered. Her glare told me that any chance I had at a second date was gone. I don't know what you did to provide that place all the intimate details about my life, but you were sick. That place was a nightmare, Cole. We almost died. I didn't do anything. They must have been monitoring us, I insisted. All the more reason to not be together. I can't live like that, she argued. You have to believe me that I didn't know this would happen, I admitted. She crossed her arms uncomfortably. There was something that she wasn't telling me. When I went in the room, I wasn't alone, Cole. Not at first, she explained. Someone stabbed you, right? Did you see their face? It was you, she whispered. The air around us felt colder, she explained. But somehow, I knew it wasn't you. I can't explain it, but I played along. This other you gave me a warning about the escape room. It's meant to be a representation of how our relationship will go. And if that's true, I just can't get hurt again, she admitted. I don't understand. What you're saying isn't possible, I said, my throat feeling dry. Is anything we experienced tonight? She snapped back. Just go home, Cole. Leave me alone. I tried to go back to the escape room today to complain to the management and maybe get answers, but the building was already being stripped apart. Moving on to the next town, one worker explained, or more likely covering their tracks, I thought. I don't fully understand what we experienced or what was real about this hell. Was the escape room an illusion or a vision of my future with Brandy? For now, I can only view her from afar, wondering if the game of love I played was worth it. Our second story is by Color Blindness from Reddit r/nosleep. It's weird, right? How escape rooms are both this amazing idea of like, ooh, puzzle rooms and everything, and they can have themes and stuff. It's quite fun, and then you can also have the more horrifying side, like there's a couple of films about that, for example. I think maybe even a TV show or two. Hard to say. I don't exactly know, but it's very interesting, the idea of like a more horrifying escape room where people die and stuff. But the fact that it's also tied into Valentine's Day, it's like a double whammy at the same time, right? Because you can either forge your relationship or you can break it. It was weird. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the premise. I enjoyed like a lot of the gripping parts of the story, but I don't exactly know kind of like what else. I feel like there was maybe a little bit deeper thought going behind it that maybe my brain is just too stupid to comprehend. If I'm being totally honest. But I enjoyed it as a story. I thought the idea was very fun. And I hope you did too. So that wraps it up here for Valentine's Day. I really hope you've enjoyed yourself, because I know I sure have. And we'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I recently bought a home. I keep hearing someone's phone ringing in my basement. My husband and I recently bought a home. I thought it was perfect. Our own little piece of the world that no one else was privy to. I couldn't have been more wrong. Well, I think that wraps up the tour. Do you have any more questions for me? Anything at all. I'm an open book. The realtor beamed. I could see straight through her facade, but in all honesty, I didn't mind her fake kindness all that much. If I was making a commission on a home worth $300,000, I'd be smiling until my cheeks were numb. Nope. I'm all set, Clint said, looking to me for confirmation. I'm all good too. It was a pleasure to meet you, Carla. We'll be in touch, I replied, extending my hand. She eagerly snatched it, pulverizing my fingers in her vice grip. The pleasure is all mine, she insisted, that wide, unwavering grin still plastered to her face. Once she'd thoroughly turned my tendons to mush, Carla moved on to her next victim. Clint looked equally as uncomfortable. Here, take my business card. Did I already give you a business card? Ah, forget it. Better safe than sorry, she said, slapping one into each of our outstretched hands. I winced. I still hadn't recovered from her death shake. Okay, I'll see you two later. If you make up your minds, don't hesitate to call me, okay? Doesn't matter what time, either. If you have an Epiphone at 2 in the morning, so be it. I can't wait to hear from you. Take care now, Carla shouted, beelining for her car. Clint shot me a knowing glance. Real piece of work right there. I don't think I've ever heard someone rattle off a string of words that quickly in my entire life. And that's really saying something, because I've listened to a lot of Eminem. You're not kidding, I giggled. Think she's on something? Meth? Cocaine? Coke. Definitely Coke. A jackrabbit hop-top on Monster would have less energy than her. You've got a point there. Now, unlock the car, Mr. Comedian. I need to go take a nap. I think we should buy it, I said, resting my back against the headboard. I'm not sold just yet. It's a teensy bit out of our price range. And you have to admit, that vomit green wallpaper in the nursery is hideous. I mean, seriously, who in their right mind would choose that for their newborn? So what if it's a bit of a fixer-upper? We can repaint that room. No biggie. At least consider it. Okay? I really like that house. Alright. I'll consider it. If... Clint began, a devious grin spreading across his lips. You give me a little sugar. Give you a little sugar. I almost puked in my mouth right there. What are you, 60? But whatever. If it helps my case, I'll do it, I said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Long story short, I got what I wanted. I won't bore you with the details, but we closed on the house relatively quickly, and once we had all our ducks in a row, we prepared to move in. I should have been more careful about what I wished for. Where'd the nose candy queen say she was going to meet us again? Clint asked as we tentatively approached the front door of our new home. I think she said something about giving the house one last inspection to make sure everything's up to par, whatever that means. She said she'd leave the door unlocked for us. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all, Clint said, pushing the door open. Just be nice. This is the last time I'll have to deal with her, I hissed, following my husband across the threshold. Carla? Clint shouted, wandering the empty rooms. Carla, it's Clint and Ava. Where are you? He yelled, his voice reverberating off the walls. Coming, coming, a muffled voice responded, catching me off guard. Suddenly, Carla burst through a door in the kitchen. She looked winded. Her usual meticulously straightened brown hair was disheveled, and a streak of paint ran down her thin white pencil skirt. If I hadn't known any better, I would have thought she'd just lost a wrestling match with an octopus. Carla? Are you okay? Why were you down in the basement? Clint asked, his brow quirked. I'm fine. Really? Just dandy. I was, making sure the paint's dry. We had to have the basement redone last minute. Would you believe that I was careless enough to leave the door unlocked after the last tour? Well, as luck would have it, a pack of scoundrels waltzed right in, and what did they do? They wrote nasty curses on the walls in the basement. If I find them, I'll... It's okay, I interjected. New paint job. Got it. Well, make sure to stay out of there for a little bit. Do you have the keys? Oh, yes, the keys. Right here, she said, dropping them to my outstretched palm with a small clink. The copies of your documents are on the counter, and everything else will be sent to you two by mail or electronically. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must be going. Congratulations, you two. Thanks, Clint muttered as the front door slammed shut behind her. Well, that was weird. It seemed like she was up to something. Want to check the basement? I said, my eyes lighting up like the 4th of July. Ava, we can check it later. I don't want to get high from paint fumes if she actually wasn't bullshitting. Even if she was, you and I both know what she was probably doing down there. She's got a serious problem. Booger sugar this early in the morning? Some people. Yeah, some people. By the time we were done unpacking for the day, I was exhausted enough to fall asleep standing up. Moving is not easy, let me tell ya. Needless to say, Carla and the basement had completely slipped my mind. I wish I'd gone down there sooner. The next morning, my curiosity got the better of me. My eyes kept wandering to the door, and eventually I just couldn't help myself. Don't you think it's weird? Clint asked, taking a sip from his coffee mug. Don't I think what's weird? I blubbered through a mouthful of toast. The basement. Carla. The black paint. I tried to use the move as an excuse to keep my mind off of it, but I just can't, he admitted, putting down his newspaper. A smile inched across my lips. So, you can't get it off your mind either. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? He sighed, standing from his seat. Yeah, let's get this over with. Come on. Yay, mystery time, I said, bouncing to the basement door. Yeah, woo-hoo, Clint muttered, pulling the doorknob and flicking on the light. The stairs creaked as we descended. A sickly yellow bulb bathed the room in a dim glow. Carla wasn't kidding about the paint job. The walls were pitch black, lending an eerie ambience to the room. I felt a shiver run down my spine as we reached the bottom step. This is what I was talking about. Even if Carla was telling the truth, why did they choose to paint the walls black? That's such a strange color selection. I'm with you on that, I mumbled, lost in thought. Without thinking, my legs carried me to the wall on my right. I ran a hand over the surface, half expecting it to be covered in residue when I pulled it away. But it wasn't. I had a gnawing feeling that something wasn't right. I don't want to be down here anymore. It's kinda creepy, I said, returning to Clint's side. That's the understatement of the century. Once we're completely moved in, we are definitely painting over this. Agreed. Now let's get out of here. I heard it for the first time that afternoon. The ringing, that is. Clint was running to the store to grab some essentials, and I was in the kitchen preparing lunch. That's when I heard a muffled buzzing sound. What is that? I wondered aloud. My eyes were quickly drawn to that door. I hesitantly crept over to it and pressed my ear against the thin wooden exterior. The sound grew louder. Not by much, but enough to convince me that the basement was its source. I inhaled deeply, mustering all my courage. I knew what I had to do. In one swift motion, I flung open the basement door, flicked on the light, and snatched a knife from the countertop. I was met with an empty room. The buzzing stopped less than a second after I opened the door. I stared down in confusion. I could have sworn that what I was hearing was real, but without any proof, I was beginning to question if I'd actually heard anything at all. Must be the stress. No point in getting worked up over it. And with that, I tried to push the incident out of my mind. I tried. I really did. But of course, I couldn't. Clint and I spent the remainder of the day unpacking and getting more things moved. We again found ourselves in the kitchen, chowing down on takeout when I decided to broach the subject. So, this might be a weird question, but have you heard buzzing lately? I dunno. What kind of buzzing? Clint asked, shoving a forkful of lo mein into his mouth. Vibrating. It's like someone has their phone on silent. I could have sworn I heard it coming from the basement earlier. No, not that I know of. Maybe you're just... Out of the blue, there it was. Dread curled in my stomach. It happened right on cue, as if I'd spoken it into existence. Clint met my gaze, his eyes wide as saucers. He slowly rose from his chair and crept over to the basement door. He cautiously turned the knob, and, as quietly as he could, Clint opened the door. My breath was caught in my throat, heart pounding furiously in my chest. I didn't know what was down there, but now I was sure that I wasn't making it up. Clint turned on the light, illuminating the desolate space. Again, we were met with nothing but an empty, poorly lit room. The ringing continued for a few seconds before it stopped, plunging us into a tense silence. "Believe me now?" I squeaked. Yeah, that was strange. Maybe one of the painters left their phones down there? Impossible. We've searched that whole area. There's nothing down there. I'll admit, it's definitely creepy, but there has to be a rational explanation. Maybe it's some kind of defect from faulty wiring or something? I don't know. Best not to worry about it too much. It'll just end up driving us crazy. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure we'll forget about it soon enough. Even I wasn't convinced of that, though. I couldn't kid myself. I wasn't the kind to just push it out of my mind. No, I needed answers, and I was dead set on finding them. Of course, I was up all night thinking about it, and because of that, I was awake for much longer than I intended to be. So it came as no surprise when I found Clint waiting for me at the table with breakfast prepared. What was a surprise was his attire. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," Clint grinned, turning in his seat to face me. "Morning," I yawned, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Why are you dressed like that? I thought you took off this whole week." "I decided to go into the office today, remember? I'm almost out of PTO. Right, it's coming back to me now. Have a great day at work, and thank you for breakfast, I said, sliding out my chair. You're welcome, honey. I love you, Clint replied, sidling up to me and planting a kiss on my forehead. I love you too, I said as he dropped his plate off in the sink. Don't get into any mischief while I'm gone, okay? Save that for when I get back, he smirked, shooting me a wink as he prepared to leave. No promises, I retorted, returning a warm smile. The moment the door closed, I bolted down to the basement. I desperately needed answers. Little did I know, those answers would lead to the most traumatic experience of my life. I began to inspect the walls. If I was hiding something, where would I do it? I ran my fingers along the jet black surface. I was honestly expecting to find nothing at all. But to my shock, that's not what happened. Once I'd reached the center wall in direct view of the kitchen, I found it. My heart jumped when my fingertips landed on a divot in the plaster. It continued up and around and back down the other side. The realization finally dawned on me. I had traced the outline of a door. So that's what Carla was trying to hide. A sinking feeling settled into my stomach. Why had that door been sanded down and painted over? Carla had obviously been hoping we wouldn't find this. But fortunately, she hadn't filled in the gaps in the frame well enough. Big mistake. I began to feel around for where the doorknob used to be, but I found nothing. I sighed. I knew that Clint probably wouldn't approve of what I was about to do next, but I had to know. I sprinted upstairs and into the garage where Clint had been keeping his tools. I rummaged through an assortment of wrenches and screwdrivers before I found what I'd been searching for. I triumphantly raised the hammer in my grip and pumped my fist, then returned to the basement. I faced the area where the door had been, mustering up my courage. I had the hammer raised, prepared to strike, but before I could, it started again. I instinctively leapt back, struggling to maintain my breathing. Come on, Ava. You can do this. I didn't wait for the noise to stop. I swung the hammer against the wooden surface again and again. I broke through, sending me sprawling forward. I continued to smash away at the flimsy material until I made a hole big enough to fit through. I turned on my phone flashlight, adrenaline surging through my veins. Nothing could have prepared me for what I would find. I tentatively stepped through the rupture in the door, and my nose was immediately assaulted by a pungent stench. I fumbled for a light switch, finding one on the wall beside me. Once the room was fully lit, I released a deafening shriek. Dozens of bodies were scattered throughout the space. Most of them were cocooned in shrink wrap like mummies, their frail skin and bones hidden under a thin veil of plastic. Blood was everywhere. So much blood. Their expressions will haunt me forever. The corpses were in various states of decay, but they all had one thing in common. Their faces were all contorted into permanent, horrified screams. I nearly passed out when I heard the ringing start back up. I hesitantly glanced down to find a cell phone buzzing on the floor. It was receiving a call. The battery was almost dead, but it was still hanging on. My heart shattered when I read the name on the cracked screen. Mom. I looked to my left and nearly lost my lunch. A man who looked to be in his mid-20s had been chained against a wall. His eyes were missing, dried blood caking his cheeks. His throat had been slashed, dark viscous crimson stuck to his shirt. Out of them all, his body looked the least decomposed. Tears began to well in my eyes when I noticed his arm extended toward the phone. It was as if whoever had put him there intentionally placed it inches from his fingertips. He'd been so damn close. If only he could have reached it. I couldn't take it anymore. I stumbled backward, exiting through the opening I'd made. Once the sobs and shivers that racked my body subsided, I called the police. 15 bodies were found in total. I would later find out that the cell phone I'd discovered had belonged to a 23-year-old man who had lived alone. Friends and family had been calling for 4 days, to no avail. 4 days. We'd been living in that house for a little more than 2. Needless to say, Clint and I didn't stay there. We're back at my parents' house for the time being while we try to get that place off our hands. Though Clint has assured me over and over again that we'll be okay, I still don't feel safe. Because Carla is still out there. Neither the police nor the real estate agency have heard from her since. According to them, our home was her only sale. I still don't know what to do. Whatever happens, I just pray that Clint and I don't end up like the people I found in our basement. And that was I recently bought a home. I keep hearing someone's phone ringing in my basement by Horror Junkie 123. I really enjoyed this story, right? Because at first you're like, oh, okay, somebody's phone's ringing in the basement. You've already kind of got an idea of what you think the story's going to be. You know, of like, oh, okay, maybe there's like somebody broke in, maybe like some crazy kids left their phone or something like that. And then, you know, as you actually go through the story, it gets so much more interesting, the fact that like, oh, well, there's nothing in the basement. You know, how could they be hearing this phone? And then, you know, I mean, yeah, you initially might then go, oh, okay, yeah, something's in the walls. I wasn't expecting that the lady selling them the house, you know, was probably killing people and putting them in the wall of the house that she was selling. That was crazy. What a great story! I really really enjoyed it. I thought it was just gripping. It was horrifying. It was fun. Yeah, a great example of what horror can get you. It's I really enjoyed it. I really really did. I hope you did too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. The Beast in the Cave by H.P. Lovecraft. The horrible conclusion, which had been gradually intruding itself upon my confused and reluctant mind, was now an awful certainty. I was lost. Completely. Hopelessly lost in the vast and labyrinthine recess of the Mammoth Cave. Turn as I might, in no direction could my straining vision seize on any object capable of serving as a guidepost to set me on the outward path. That nevermore should I behold the blessed light of day, or scan the pleasant bills and dales of the beautiful world outside. My reason could no longer entertain the slightest unbelief. Hope had departed. Yet, indoctrinated as I was by a life of philosophical study, I derived no small measure of satisfaction from my unimpassioned demeanour, for although I had frequently read of the wild frenzies into which were thrown the victims of similar situations, I experienced none of these, but stood quiet as soon as I clearly realized the loss of my bearings. Nor did the thought that I had probably wandered beyond the utmost limits of an ordinary search cause me to abandon my composure even for a moment. If I must die, I reflected, then was this terrible yet majestic cavern as welcome a sepulchre as that which any churchyard might afford, a conception which carried with it more of a tranquillity than of despair. Starving would prove my ultimate fate, of this I was certain. Some, I knew, had gone mad under circumstances such as these, but I felt that this end would not be mine. My disaster was the result of no fault save my own, since unknown to the guide I had separated myself from the regular party of sightseers, and, wandering for over an hour in forbidden avenues of the cave, had found myself unable to retrace the devious windings which I had pursued since forsaking my companions. Already my torch had begun to expire. Soon I would be enveloped by the total and almost palpable blackness of the bowels of the earth. As I stood in the waning, unsteady light, I idly wondered over the exact circumstances of my coming end. I remember the accounts which I had heard of the colony of consumptives who, taking their residence in this gigantic grotto to find health from the apparently salubrious air of the underground world, with its steady, uniform temperature, pure air, and peaceful quiet, had found, instead, death in strange and ghastly form. I had seen the sad remains of their ill-made cottages as I passed them by with the party, and had wondered what unnatural influence a long sojourn in this immense and silent cavern would exert upon one as healthy and vigorous as I. Now, I grimly told myself, my opportunity for settling this point had arrived, provided that want of food should not bring me too speedy a departure from this life. As the last fitful rays of my torch faded into obscurity, I resolved to leave no stone unturned, no possible means of escape neglected. So, summoning all the powers possessed by my lungs, I set up a series of loud shoutings, in the vain hope of attracting the attention of the guide by my clamour. Yet, as I called, I believed in my heart that my cries were to no purpose, and that my voice, magnified and reflected by the numberless ramparts of the black bays about me, fell upon no ears save my own. All at once, however, my attention was fixed with a start as I fancied that I heard the sound of soft approaching steps on the rocky floor of the cavern. Was my deliverance about to be accomplished so soon? Had, then all my horrible apprehensions been for naught, and was the guide, having marked my unwarranted absence from the party, following my course and seeking me out in this limestone labyrinth? Whilst these joyful queries arose in my brain, I was on the point of renewing my cries, in order that my discovery might come the sooner, when in an instant my delight was turned to horror as I listened. For my ever-acute ear, now sharpened in even greater degree by the complete silence of the cave, bore to my benumbered understanding the unexpected and dreadful knowledge that these footfalls were not like those of any mortal man. In the unearthly stillness of this subterranean region, the tread of the booted guide would have sounded like a series of sharp and incisive blows. These impacts were soft and stealthy, as of the paws of some feline. Besides, when I listened carefully, I seemed to trace the falls of 4 instead of 2 feet. I was now convinced that I had by my own cries aroused and attracted some wild beast, perhaps a mountain lion which had accidentally strayed within the cave. Perhaps, I considered, the Almighty had chosen me for a swifter and more merciful death than that of hunger. Yet the instinct of self-preservation, never wholly dormant, was stirred in my breast, and though escape from the oncoming peril might but spare me for a sterner, more lingering end, I determined nevertheless to part with my life at as high a price as I could command. Strange as it may seem, my mind conceived of no intent on the part of the visitor save that of hostility. Accordingly, I became very quiet, in the hope that the unknown beast would, in the absence of a guiding sound, lose its direction as had I, and thus pass me by. But this hope was not destined for realization, for the strange footfalls steadily advanced, the animal evidently having obtained my scent, which in an atmosphere so absolutely free from all distracting influences as is that of the cave, could doubtless be followed at great distance. Seeing therefore that I must be armed for defence against an uncanny and unseen attack in the dark, I groped about me the largest of the fragments of rock which were strewn upon all parts of the floor of the cavern in the vicinity, and grasping one in each hand for immediate use, awaited with resignation the inevitable result. Meanwhile the hideous pattering of the paws drew near. Certainly the conduct of the creature was exceedingly strange. Most of the time the tread seemed to be that of a quadruped, walking with a singular lack of unison betwixt hind and 4 feet, yet at brief and infrequent intervals I fancied that but 2 feet were engaged in the process of locomotion. I wondered what species of animals was to confront me. It must, I thought, be some unfortunate beast who had paid for its curiosity to investigate one of the entrances of the fearful grotto with a lifelong confinement in its interminable recesses. It doubtless obtained as food the eyeless fish, bats and rats of the cave, as well as some of the ordinary fish that are wafted in at every freshet of green river, which communicates in some occult manner with the waters of the cave. I occupied my terrible vigil with grotesque conjectures of what alteration cave life might have wrought in the physical structure of the beast, remembering the awful appearances described by local tradition to the consumptives who had died after long residence in the cave. Then I remembered with a start that, even should I succeed in felling my antagonist, I should never behold its form, as my torch had long since been extinct, and I was entirely unprovided with matches. The tension on my brain now became frightful. My disordered fancy conjured up hideous and fearsome shapes from the sinister darkness that surrounded me, and that actually seemed to press upon my body. Nearer, nearer, the dreadful footfalls approached. It seemed that I must give vent to a piercing scream, yet had I been sufficiently irresolute to attempt such a thing, my voice could scarce have responded. I was petrified, rooted to the spot. I doubted if my right arm would allow me to hurl its missile at the oncoming thing when the crucial moment should arrive. Now the steady pat-pat of the steps was close at hand, now very close. I could hear the laboured breathing of the animal, and terror-struck as I was, I realized that it must have come from a considerable distance, and was correspondingly fatigued. Suddenly the spell broke. My right hand, guided by my ever-trustworthy sense of hearing, threw with full force the sharp angled bit of limestone which it contained, toward that point in the darkness from which emanated the breathing and pattering, and, wonderful to relate, it nearly reached its goal, for I heard the thing jump, landing at a distance away where it seemed to pause. Having readjusted my aim, I discharged my second missile, this time most effectively, for with a flood of joy I listened as the creature fell in what sounded like a complete collapse and evidently remained prone and unmoving. Almost overpowered by the great relief which rushed over me, I reeled back against the wall. The breathing continued in heavy, gasping inhalations and expirations, whence I realized that I had no more than wounded the creature. And now all desire to examine the thing ceased. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body. At last, something allied to groundless, superstitious fear had entered my brain, and I did not approach the body, nor did I continue to cast stones at it in order to complete the extinction of its life. Instead, I ran at full speed in what was, as nearly as I could estimate in my frenzied condition, the direction from which I had come. Suddenly, I heard a sound, or rather, a regular succession of sounds. In another instant, they had resolved themselves into a series of sharp metallic clinks. This time, there was no doubt. It was the guide. And then I shouted, yelled, screamed, even shrieked with joy as I beheld in the vaulted arches above the faint and glimmering effulgence which I knew to be the reflected light of an approaching torch. I ran to meet the flare, and before I could completely understand what had occurred, was lying upon the ground at the feet of the guide, embracing his boots and gibbering, despite my boasted reserve in a most meaningless and idiotic manner, pouring out my terrible story, and at the same time overwhelming my auditor with protestations of gratitude. At length I awoke to something like my normal consciousness. The guide had noted my absence upon the arrival of the party at the entrance of the cave, and had, from his own intuitive sense of direction, proceeded to make a thorough canvass of by-passages just ahead of where he had last spoken to me, locating my whereabouts after a quest of about 4 hours. By the time he had related this to me, I, emboldened by his torch and his company, began to reflect upon the strange beast which I had wounded but a short distance back in the darkness, and suggested that we ascertain, by the flashlight's aid, what manner of creature was my victim. Accordingly, I retraced my steps, this time with a courage born of companionship, to the scene of my terrible experience. Soon we descried a white object upon the floor, an object whiter even than the gleaming limestone itself. Cautiously advancing, we gave vent to a simultaneous ejaculation of wonderment, for of all the unnatural monsters either of us had in our lifetimes beheld, this was in surpassing degree the strangest. It appeared to be an anthropoid ape of large proportions, escaped, perhaps, from some itinerant menagerie. Its hair was snow white, a thing due no doubt to the bleaching action of a long existence within the inky confines of the cave, but it was also surprisingly thin, being indeed largely absent save on the head, where it was of such length and abundance that it fell over the shoulders in considerable profusion. The face was turned away from us, as the creature lay almost directly upon it. The inclination of the limbs was very singular, explaining, however, the alternation in their use which I had before noted, whereby the beast used sometimes all 4, and on other occasions but 2 for its progress. From the tips of the fingers or toes, long rat-like claws extended. The hands or feet were not prehensile, a fact that I ascribed to that long residence in the cave which, as I before mentioned, seemed evident from the all-pervading and almost unearthly whiteness so characteristic of the whole anatomy. No tail seemed to be present. The respiration had now grown very feeble, and the guide had drawn his pistol with the evident intent of dispatching the creature, when a sudden sound emitted by the latter caused the weapon to fall unused. The sound was of a nature difficult to describe. It was not like the normal note of any known species of simian, and I wonder if this unnatural quality were not the result of a long-continued and complete silence, broken by the sensations produced by the advent of the light, a thing which the beast could not have seen since his first entrance into the cave. The sound, which I might feebly attempt to classify as a kind of deep-toned chattering, was faintly continued. All at once, a fleeting spasm of energy seemed to pass through the frame of the beast. The paws went through a convulsive motion, and the limbs contracted. With a jerk, the white body rolled over so that its face was turned in our direction. For a moment, I was so struck with horror at the eyes, thus revealed, that I noted nothing else. They were black. Those eyes, deep jetty black, in hideous contrast to the snow-white hair and flesh. Like those of other cave denizens, they were deeply sunken in their orbits, and were entirely destitute of iris. As I looked more closely, I saw that they were set in a face less prognathous than that of the average ape, and infinitely less hairy. The nose was quite distinct. As we gazed upon the uncanny sight presented to our vision, the thick lips opened, and several sounds issued from them, after which the thing relaxed in death. The guide clutched my coat sleeve and trembled so violently that the light shook fitfully, casting weird moving shadows on the walls. I made no motion, but stood rigidly still, my horrified eyes fixed upon the floor ahead. The fear left, and wonder, awe, compassion, and reverence succeeded in its place, for the sounds uttered by the stricken figure that lay stretched out on the limestone had told us the awesome truth. The creature I had killed, the strange beast of the unfathomed cave, was or had at one time been a man. They're magically delicious. I always went to the same supermarket I'd gone to essentially my whole life. It was a ritual to swing by after work a few days each week and pick up dinner for the family along with a few other groceries. I contemplated breakfast cereal choices as I stared down at the same cracked vinyl tile in the same aisle I've stood in many times before, with the same old-school luminescent light bulbs flickering overhead. As much as it might have embarrassed me when I was younger to say, my guilty pleasure has always been sugary cereals. And even since childhood, I've always been a fan of whatever had marshmallows in it, especially the one everyone saw on the TV. They're magically delicious. I thought to myself while reminiscing of those old commercials and opted to buy the name brand for once instead of the knockoffs that tasted half stale all the time. I felt even more amused when I noticed the upper top label that promised a special surprise in that limited edition run of boxes. I normally wouldn't have gone for any of this, but my wife had already informed me that her and the kids would be having dinner with their parents that night, and not to expect them home before I went to bed that night. I usually left for my job at the walnut packing factory every morning at 4:30 a.m., so I usually tried to be in bed by 9:30. So I thought, why not just enjoy a bowl of cereal before bed on this particular evening? Truth be told, I'd lived out the usual cliche of marrying my high school sweetheart and never leaving the small town I'd grown up in. I'd planned to pursue a career as an engineer, but my collegiate career was cut short by baby number 1 when we were 19 years old. So I did the right thing and got a job at the walnut processing factory and just summed it up to the way life goes sometimes. By the time the third child had arrived, my once sweetheart was now constantly enraged by even the sight of me. There were many nights that she and the kids, who were now teenagers and also disdained my existence, would simply choose to have dinner elsewhere. I was, at this point, the slob that paid the bills and a hindrance to their joy in life, it seemed. I chuckled to myself as the acne-ridden cashier rang up this cereal because I knew my wife would nag at me for daring to buy expensive cereal for just myself. As I loaded the groceries into my old Toyota, though, I thought that I heard a voice coming from one of the bags. I shook it off as a long day taking its toll, but then I swore that I saw a red glow in my back seat that I just happened to catch for a second in my rearview mirror. I cannot explain why, but I got home. I quickly found the box of cereal, opened and peeled the plastic bag open, and started to pour my bowl. That's when I heard the little thunk, and quickly remembered the promise of a surprise in every box. It too was wrapped in a small plastic baggie, and when I opened it up, it actually gave me a startle. There was that familiar image, the shamrock green attire and top hat, along with the red hair sticking out from underneath that hat, the blank stare in its eyes as it faced forward, and an almost eerie grin spread across its face in a far from natural way, all in a 5-inch stature. The thing creeped me out, if I'm being honest, so simply shoved it into the spare kitchen drawer where we kept our batteries. I inadvertently hit the button I never realized was on the backside of the figurine. This caused its eyes to light up red and a small recording repeat, "They're magically delicious," in an Irish accent. I felt more than a little unnerved at the idea that this was supposed to be a children's toy, but shrugged it off and proceeded to shut the drawer and to down not one, but 2 bowls of that marshmallow goodness that night. After I finished, I headed out of the kitchen and upstairs. I paused and looked towards the box of cereal. Thanks for a trip down memory lane and a nice treat, but I'm afraid your magic can't fix all of my problems. Before I continued up the stairs towards my bedroom. I was only halfway up the stairs when I thought I heard something along the lines of, "Let's test your luck," and a dull red glow casting shadows from the kitchen. I was either extremely tired or I was losing it, so I admittedly jetted up the stairs a bit creeped out. Usually I would stay awake until I heard my family arrive home downstairs on nights like this, and then I'd go to sleep. They might hate the sight of me, but I still felt the innate sense to ensure they were safe. That night, though, I fell almost immediately into one of the deepest sleeps I'd ever experienced and dreamt all night about things I'd long given up on. In my dream, I was in college out east somewhere, the top of my class and a top engineering job already waiting for me when I graduated. I also had a supermodel girlfriend who was pursuing a degree in fashion, and we were planning a weekend away together on the coast, when a red glow overcame my dreams, and an almost primal sounding scream jolted me out of my sleep. I reached over instinctively to check on my wife. She wasn't there, which gave me a slight pause, but she was known to sleep in the spare bedroom when she felt especially annoyed by my presence. Still, that scream had me on edge, so I bolted out of bed and started down the upstairs hallway. That's when I heard the second scream, and recognized it immediately as my oldest son's. I darted down the stairs as fast as I could, and as I did, my nostrils were assaulted by the most metallic smell that I couldn't place in my state of panic at the moment. I saw a red glow come and go in waves in my descent, and then swore I heard the sound of the most disgusting type of slurping noise, much like when a 4-year-old eats spaghetti. I ran straight around the corner, towards the kitchen, but I slipped immediately on the tile and slammed the back of my head upon landing. When I tried to get up, I kept slipping and losing my grip from something wet and slimy on the floor. I finally crawled to the light switch by the refrigerator, and when I turned it on, I yelled aloud when I realized that I was covered in blood. It wasn't just a little bit of blood either. It was literally everywhere in the kitchen, on the table, handprints on the cabinets and fridge, and pools of it leading to the living room and onto the carpet. And it wasn't just blood either. The viscera reminded me of the summer I spent working at the local poultry processor as a teenager. There were pieces of, something once living everywhere I looked in that kitchen, along with shreds of clothing that I recognized as belonging to my wife. I started screaming for my family, but received no response. In a panic, I rushed all over the house, but saw no evidence of any of them anywhere. That is, except for the blood and carnage that the entire house was covered in. I didn't want to believe what I knew the source of all this once was. I scrambled to find my cell phone and was tucked away in my jacket on the kitchen chair the night before and dialed 911. But right as I started to dial, I saw that red glow again. This time, I realized exactly where it was coming from, sitting not from the drawer any longer, but right in front of me on the kitchen table. The light intensified beyond what any reasonable person would believe possible for the figurine, and then I heard a familiar distorted voice begin to play. "They're magically delicious." It was then that I realized that the grin on its face had dropped into an even deeper arc, and the figurine was absolutely coated in deep red blood. To my astonishment, I realized now that I was actually seeing its plastic mouth break free of its natural boundaries, and its lips began to move as it repeated itself. Ahem. I said they were magically delicious. I yelled at him with both the most fear and rage a being could ever muster up within himself, and asked where my family was. "Your wish was my command, my friend. You are a free man now, so let's say you and I go find what's at the end of your rainbow, eh? Besides, they truly were magically delicious." And that was They Were Magically Delicious by Ethan Cord on Reddit r/NoSleep. What I love about this story is the fact that you've got it kind of horrifies the idea of breakfast cereals, right? It also makes you wonder, does every name brand that has a toy, does it have like a killer mascot in each box? Like is that do I just buy generic brand from now on? Is that the only way to keep yourself safe? No, but seriously though, it really does make you wonder, like, was that the only box? Are there more boxes with weird killer figurines in? Interesting. Really bizarre. Would have also been an appropriate story for St. Patrick's Day, but, I thought we'd cover it sooner. What can I say? What can I say? That was really good. I really like that. I hope you did too. We'll see you for whatever's next. I bought a house in Italy for €1. I discovered the chilling reason why it's so cheap. You've seen these ads. €1 houses in Europe, Italy mostly. Crumbling buildings, usually centuries old, listed for just €1 with the stipulation that you renovate it, make it structurally sound, and live there part of the year. I bought one in an auction, no other bidders. This story is a warning to anyone thinking of doing it. It sucks the life out of you. Back up. It's 2021, middle of the pandemic. These deals start to show up en masse, all over the internet. promoted by Sell It All and Go financial freedom stories on CNN, AP, BBC, Reuters. Do you read talking heads raving about it? Podcasters chattering and bemoaning cost of living? I bit. Life was not going anywhere interesting for me. I'd saved up about $30,000, which seemed a lot, but in the grand scheme, it was little. A pittance. I wanted a shock to the system, and a €1 ramshackle building in an ancient Italian countryside village provided a project I could actually afford. A plane, train, and taxi ride later, and I found myself in southern Italy. I won't tell you the name of the village. It was in the heel of the boot. I spent the first week in a hotel. The day I arrived, I met an official with the municipality and someone who presented himself as a surveyor, although I hadn't been aware of his role. I ensure a proper fit between property and titulaire, he said. Didn't we do that already? I got approved for the purchase. Yes, he had said, but we like to get a sense for you. They accompanied me to the property, had me sign a few loose papers in a disorganized leather folio, handed me a ring of keys, and hurried off. Hey, wait. That's it? I called out through my mask. It's okay, said the municipal official, pulling his mask down to reveal a grin. He eyed the tall stone structure behind me. Yours, he pointed, waved, etc. The surveyor stood looking at me a moment longer, before making some kind of salutation with his arm and walking off. Italians have a spoken language, but most communication, it seems, is gestural. So there I stood, alone, cobblestones beneath my feet, in a quiet lane hugged by crooked ancient residences, in a village far from home, far from familiarity. I looked up at my building. It was squeezed by its neighbors. Only 2 stories. Its plaster facade had crumbled to reveal powdery stones haphazardly stacked, its mortar soft to the touch. But the building stood. I felt a sense of pride. As only the latest proprietor, when I turned the iron key, I listened to its mechanism click in the knowledge that many had come before me. The street was empty, and my door opened with the sounds of architectural arthritis that bounced around in echoes. In my mind, I pictured myself rising from a couch, grunting as my joints adjusted and cracked. Don't worry, old girl, I said, patting the door casing as I stepped over the threshold. We'll take care of you. Bureaucracy is difficult anywhere. It's especially difficult in Italy. The whole point was to attract investment and people to dying municipalities so that new young life could revitalize them. But paperwork is ageless. You'll likely be in the middle of doing something when you die, just as you'll likely be waiting on some paperwork. I finally got the Permesso di Costruire, my construction permit. I'd started the process months previous. You'd think it'd be included with the sweet €1 deal. Nope. Extra legwork. Far more sweaty than actual labor. After a week in the hotel, I moved in, so to speak. I had permission to sleep there. There was no electricity yet. Water was flowing, but rusty yellow. I bought big jugs of bottled water for drinking. The drains were clear. On entering, one was greeted with a cramped front foyer. Broken mosaic floor tiles told of a time when a previous owner cared for this space. Torn and faded wallpaper reached a rotting plaster ceiling, and hanging lights that would need replacing dangled in a mess of cobwebs and silky, occupied spiderwebs. A staircase of questionable sturdiness immediately led upstairs to a pair of bedrooms, a bathroom, and a rear-facing veranda. On the ground floor, one found a country kitchen in the back, and a den and living room space sandwiched together through a doorway from the foyer. The basement was a dirt floor cellar. All told, its interior felt designed more for a small New York City brownstone than an Italian village flat. But it suited me. At this point, you should be wondering about the dilapidation. I've described a home. You thought the €1 properties were moldy shells of medieval rot. Or that everything would need to be rebuilt, restabilized, gutted, and renovated with $30,000 additional dollars. I thought the same. Naturally, it came as a surprise to learn that after a bit of cleaning, painting, plumbing, and electrical upgrades, my new home would be livable. A true €1 investment. I wasn't even sure if the building permit had been necessary. What a dream! But alas, this is where I must caution you. If your €1 purchase is not a mound of rubble, run. If your purchase is a legitimate, livable home, you need to run. If your new Italian villa is not roofless and dead, then do what I say. Get away. I learned what the fine print ought to have been, and I fled. I exited Italy and went back to my strip mall neighborhood in Middle America, where it's safe. If I tell you outright what happened, you won't believe me. I have to tell you what happened in the order that it did, so that my conclusions ring true for you, so that if you find yourself there, you can remember the signs I'm writing about, and you can book it the hell out of Dodge. It started the first night I slept in that house. A new mattress occupied a very old bed frame in one of the upstairs bedrooms. I'd purchased it and had it delivered. I had a sleeping bag and draped it over myself like a sheet. As cool as this building was, southern Italy is still hot. I would sleep with a glass of bottled water on the floor beside the bed. I laid awake staring at peeling plaster overhead, ruminating on the week to come. Perhaps I was fortunate to be awake still. Not that I would have heard anything, because there was no sound. There was no smell, nor anything to see. It was what I felt that shocked me to my feet. I can only describe it as pressure. A pressure that was uniformly distributed on my chest and belly. If you lay face down on a hard surface, breathing is restricted. That's what I felt. As if I were being clasped in a body-length vice. I even wheezed in response, throwing the sleeping bag and launching into the air and into a barefooted stance, sucking air as if I'd just sprinted 100 yards. I felt suddenly afraid, and my torso was perspiring, shivering cold. Needless to say, I did not sleep much that night. The next morning, I left as soon as the cafe bars would be open. I popped into one, the only one in the village actually, ordered an espresso al banca, paid, and down the shot. My attempt at fitting in. Everyone still wore masks between sips. Having paid tribute to Italy's coffee culture, I strolled down a few sunny streets and felt reinvigorated to the task at hand, my renovation. I've had chest pain since childhood. Last night was probably just anxiety. I spent the day cleaning, swept the floors, wrangled the cobwebs and spiders, wiped down kitchen surfaces, cleaned the bathroom. Tomorrow I'd start ripping out soft plaster and moldy wallpaper. Sure, it'd be a mess again, but I wanted to see the place as it was before I started changing it. Later in the week I had an appointment with an electrician to come in, and a plumber would come to ensure the pipes were sound. Having spent all day cleaning, except for the cellar, which I only glanced into, I went to one of 2 local trattorias for dinner. Everyone was masked up. Between the coffee bar and the restaurant, I noticed that villagers here were old. Retirees all. Old enough to have retired in the 90s even. It was a stark reminder about why Italian municipalities offered €1 property. Young people left. The door creaked open back at my house. I closed it behind me, latching it shut. Eerie. Every sound I made seemed to echo. But off of plaster? I stood in the foyer, looking down the hall toward the kitchen. The place seemed different now that I'd cleaned it. Somehow, it felt oppressive. The kitchen felt far away. It seemed to move, stretching outward, as if I was watching it reshape itself through a spyglass. This tunnel vision experience ceased as abruptly as it had begun. I felt dizzy. Maybe it was the prosciutto? I allowed my legs to carry me upstairs where I crashed into bed, dead asleep, for all of what felt like an instant. I shot awake, startled, sweating, hyperventilating, barely able to suck enough oxygen. I rolled violently off the mattress, slamming into the glass of water which shattered, cutting my forearm. I moaned. My chest felt collapsed. It was as if my ribcage was screwing shut around my organs. I crawled on elbows toward the bathroom, retrieving a headlamp from my backpack on the way, which I wrapped on my head and clicked on. I hauled myself along the floor until I was in the bathroom, panting for air as I journeyed. Painfully, I retook my feet in front of the bathroom mirror. What the hell? I remember thinking. What the hell? Staring with frightened eyes back at me was my reflection. But I had aged about 10 years. Grey in my beard that hadn't been there. Under-eye wrinkles that seemed freshly creased. The pressure on my chest finally lifted, and I stood there in the flickering headlamp light, waiting for the nightmare to end. Blood streamed into the sink where I held onto it, as if it was the only solid truth to ground me. What the hell? Jolting me back into the moment was a distant banging noise. What's that? I asked myself aloud in a startled voice. Even my voice sounded older. I had aged. More banging. Grabbing a hand towel from the rack, I clasped it around my arm to stem the bleeding. From downstairs, I stepped into the hall, leaned against the wall for stability, clasped my toweled arm, step by step, down the staircase. Step. Step. When I reached the foyer, an especially loud bang told me it came from the cellar. I was scared out of my mind. My throat was dry and burned. My chest felt delicate. My fear was so profound at this point that I murmured like a baby. What is it that kept me walking toward the cellar door? I can't say. I only know that I went there. I opened that door and I walked down the steps into that musty cavern, the banging having fully resolved into a loud intonation that caused me to jump each time it smacked the air, bouncing off surfaces and stinging like icicles stabbing in my eardrums. How had I not seen it before? A shape against the back stone wall, which was moist with condensation. Square, wide, tall. I approached, my headlamp stupidly drained already and illuminating weakly. I recognized the fixture. A box bed. They're all medieval enclosed beds, made to look like cupboards. People would sleep inside them. I jumped. My body reacted. Jumped. I bit my lip reflexively. Bit clean through the edge of my lip. I wiped blood onto the already bloody hand towel. How did I reach out toward this object? Why did I feel obligated to be here, to do this? How did I not flee? It was as though I departed my own body and floated above myself, watching my arms reach out, one still holding the other's compress. I watched as my one free, bloodied hand unlatched the box bed door. It opened, but my perception was at an angle that kept the interior in darkness until I gingerly stepped forward with bare feet on the cold dirt floor, and my consciousness settled back into my weight, using my own eyes to look into the box bed with the headlight. My heart palpitated in my throat at the vision. It was like looking at a corpse that death had abandoned, laying lengthwise in an ancient threadbare nightshirt, propped on an elbow and facing away from the box bed opening, was what seemed so skinny a body as to be fleshless. Its free arm, skeletal and with taut black salt-cured skin, was raised, poised. It slammed its emaciated hand hard into the box bed's far wooden panel wall, sending a resounding burst of fear deep into my heart. I stumbled back and tripped. I fell onto the floor screaming in pain when my injured arm braced against the fall. On my back, I lamely scrambled backward, but was frozen by the figure's attention, now turned toward me. It grasped the box bed edge with zombie-like appendages and peered at me. Eyes so deep in their sockets, the only glint was needle-tipped. A face of stretched skin like a mummy's, wisps of coarse white hair sprouting from liver-spotted baldness, rotted teeth, stared right at me, moving slowly in its crib. It leveled a gaunt finger in my direction. Then he spoke in a voice for death throes. "Dame de pieux," it breathed. "Give me more?" I retreated rapidly, got to my feet, and lurched for the stairs. "Give me more," it shrilled as I threw my bleeding arm into the effort to climb the stairs as fast as I could. I kicked open the front door, leaving behind everything including my shoes, and sprinted down the cobblestone lane for all of 15 seconds, when my toe caught painfully in a crevice and I flew forward, landing face down. My headlight was broken, smashed to pieces on the cobblestone. That's when I noticed them. People. The villagers. They stood in shadows under the buildings, lining the street. A few dozen. A bit of starlight was enough to make them out. I struggled to control a racing chest that was pumping horror throughout my shaking body, and the sharp pains in my arm and lip. Now, this revelation of these observant elders. Had I completely registered how very old they appeared? Now none wore masks? I don't know if it was my raging fear, the adrenaline, the darkness, but as I scanned the quiet, speechless faces of the villagers, I thought of how near death they all looked, how taut and wretched their faces, how deep the canyons of their folded neck skin. How old were they? I leapt up and sprinted to save my life. Don't ask me where the energy came from. I ran until morning, leaving the village far behind. My feet bled. Eventually a car passed and a younger fellow took me into the city. I had a friend wire money and I left Italy the next day with new shoes and nothing else to my name. I often wonder about my physiological age. People who know me have noticed the change, especially my mom. Deflection is my only strategy. I'll never get those years back. They were stolen from me, somehow in a small Italian village. A village of maniacs who might be hundreds of years old. I don't know. All I know is this. If you were tempted to buy a house in Italy for €1, don't. And that was I Bought a House in Italy for €1. I discovered the chilling reason why it's so cheap by Velabus on Reddit r/NoSleep. What I really liked about this story is that I absolutely remember, especially during the pandemic, the early times, 2021 era, 2020 even, I mean, in some cases 2019. I'm rambling, I'm sorry. I do remember seeing a lot of, especially the Italian houses going for crazy cheap in these really remote villages and stuff. I think Japan had a couple as well, potentially China, but I definitely remember Italy had at least 2 or 3 different ones that I had seen, which I thought was really, really interesting to have that kind of real world connection. It just kind of really exemplifies what makes a story really good. It's got something real to latch to, and then from there it kind of just goes on with a crazy cool idea. I love the idea of the fact this village is, I don't know if you call it haunted. I mean, clearly these people are kind of alive, but maybe they're sapping the life out of you. It's a bit bizarre. Maybe it's per house kind of policy. Maybe the village has an unspoken rule kind of thing, if they're in your house, you can sap the life out of them. But then you got to think how long have they been doing this for, right? Especially because if he's got a really old style kind of coffin bed thing that he's sleeping in. I don't know. It's really interesting. I thoroughly enjoyed the story. I really hope you did too. You can support Velabus on, he's got his own subreddit. It's Velabus Stuff. I'll pop a link in the description below to check out more of his stories. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you for the next one. Take care. I found a cult in a town surrounded by the woods. On a misty autumn evening, the ethereal veil of Willow Creek descended upon the world, casting an eerie shroud over the town. This was the night that I, an investigative journalist, descended into its heart, my destiny entwined with the vicious rumors whispered through the town's darkened alleys. With relentless determination, I armed myself with a notebook, brimming with empty pages and a camera, ready to capture the unfathomable. I treaded into the enigmatic woods, where the tall, gnarled trees stood like ancient sentinels guarding secrets not meant for mortal eyes. As I ventured deeper into the woods, a chilling sensation settled over me, akin to 1,000 unseen eyes fixated on my every move. The air seemed to hum with trepidation and veiled horror, wrapping around me like a cold, clammy shroud. My steps led me to discover an old and decrepit cabin, shrouded in a veil of shadows, its windows shattered. Vines had woven a twisted tapestry upon its walls, reclaiming the decaying structure. The sight alone should have been enough to deter any soul, but I was possessed by curiosity, my heart and mind locked in a relentless dance between fear and the thirst for revelation. I gingerly pushed open the creaking door, its mournful groan slicing through the stifling silence. The air within was a tangible presence, laden with a nauseating stench that seemed to originate from the depths of decay and something far more sinister. A creeping dread inched its way up my spine as I stepped cautiously over the threshold, the beam of my flashlight casting long, wavering shadows that danced like restless spirits. The cabin appeared to be a place of assembly for malevolent souls, its very foundations bearing witness to unspeakable rituals. Bizarre symbols had been etched into the floor and walls, each mark speaking of a sinister devotion. The further I ventured, the more the atmosphere clung to me like a heavy, oppressive shroud, suffocating me with its vile secrets. It was as though the very walls whispered in dark tongues, recounting tales of unspeakable atrocities committed in the name of an unfathomable power. Then, just as dread was about to consume me entirely, a rustling emanated from behind me, causing me to spin around with a heart-pounding urgency. The beam of my flashlight flickered, revealing a tattered rug beneath my feet. It was there, nestled in the very fabric of the cabin, that I discovered a hidden trap-door. The moment hung suspended like a drawn breath as I hesitated, my courage and insatiable curiosity wrestling in the recesses of my mind. I mustered my will, my fingers trembling as I pried open the trap-door. Below, I descended into a narrow, dimly lit tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly into the earth's bowels. Each step further was a descent into a nightmarish abyss. The dread that clung to me thickened with each passing moment as the ancient whispers of the cult's loathsome practices resounded in my mind. Minutes stretched into hours, and time seemed to slip through my fingers like elusive shadows. But finally, I stumbled upon a chamber that froze my very soul. It was a place of wicked sanctity, adorned with ominous symbols etched in profane ink. Eerie altars, crafted for unholy rituals, defiled the sanctity of the room, casting an oppressive malevolence. At the center, an abhorrent statue loomed, a grotesque figure that seemed to observe me with an uncanny awareness. Terror coursed through my veins, but I was resolute in my quest for the truth. My camera clicked, and my pen scratched against my notebook, recording the terrible tableau before me. The chamber's ground felt unnaturally cold beneath my feet, and an insidious chill permeated my bones. Faint, distant chanting echoed through the labyrinthine tunnels, intertwining with the pulsating beat of my racing heart. Panic clawed at my throat as I realized I was not alone in this forsaken labyrinth. I turned to leave, my steps hastened by a growing sense of unease, but I took a wrong turn in my disorientation. The labyrinth of tunnels conspired against me, twisting into a bewildering maze. Then, as if guided by some sinister hand, I stumbled into an obscure, hidden chamber. Before me stood a ghastly congregation of cultists, their faces concealed behind grotesque masks that mirrored the malevolence that dwelled within their souls. Their chants grew louder and more frantic, echoing like a dark, pulsating heartbeat through the chamber. Paralyzed with fear, I remained shrouded in the shadows, my very breath suspended in my lungs, praying that they wouldn't sense my presence. The cultists had gathered around a blood-stained altar, upon which lay a young man, his wide eyes reflecting the terror that gripped his very soul. My heart turned to ice as I witnessed the unthinkable ritual unfolding before my very eyes. The cultists chanted in a guttural, ancient language, their devotion intensifying with every incantation. A dagger, its blade gleaming malevolently, was raised high in preparation for the unspeakable sacrifice. My instincts finally surged to the forefront, propelling me to break free from my petrified state. In a desperate bid for escape, I turned and fled into the darkness. My frantic footsteps echoed through the labyrinthine tunnels, my flight fueled by the very essence of fear itself. I knocked over a precarious stack of crates, causing a ruckus clatter that reverberated through the chamber, like the tolling of my own doom. The cultists froze, their heads snapping toward the source of the disturbance. Their malevolent gaze settled upon me in that dreadful moment, hidden in the shadows. A chilling tableau of terror ensued, with the cultists converging toward my location, their masks obscuring any trace of humanity. In my trembling retreat, I knew my chances of escape were rapidly diminishing. Yet, I refused to submit to the grasp of diabolic fate. I sprinted through the tunnels, each step bringing me closer to freedom. The cultists' relentless pursuit echoed behind me, their chants growing louder, the stench of blood and decay enveloping me like an ominous shroud. The labyrinth seemed interminable, a cruel riddle designed to trap me. But my determination to survive, to unveil the truth, propelled me forward. Miraculously, I stumbled upon the elusive entrance, and as I burst into the open air, the night seemed to gasp in relief. The sinister grip of the cult loosened, and I sprinted toward my car, the cacophonous footsteps of the cultists fading into the distance. The bitter presence of Willow Creek clung to me even as I sped away, like a haunting spectre that refused to relinquish its grip. But I never returned to Willow Creek. The chilling memories of that harrowing night remained etched in my psyche, a grim reminder of the horrors concealed beneath the facade of a seemingly peaceful town. The sinister cult of Willow Creek continued to practice its unholy rites in the shadows, leaving an indelible mark of terror on anyone who dared to uncover the unfathomable truth. It was a memory I would carry to my grave, a constant reminder of the darkness hidden beneath the surface of even the most serene places. And that was I Found a Cult in a Town Surrounded by the Woods by Stonelight13 on Reddit r/NoSleep. But it can also be found on the r/Creepypasta. And Stonelight13 actually is quite an author. So much so that I've got one of his books. We're gonna be doing a little bit of work with him, possibly doing some more narration. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I'll let you know kind of what's going on with it. In the 13 Tales of Willow Creek, his book, it is known as the Willow Creek Cult. There are changes clearly because this story is not exactly the same as it is online. But naturally, like I said, when we do the narration stuff in the future on this book, we'll cover that as well. It's gonna be great. Really excited about that. What I liked a lot about this story is the fact that that there were pictures. I think that really kind of adds an awful lot. That was quite a big draw for me because I was like, oh, there's a little bit more to this story. We can kind of have a little play around with it, have a bit of fun. Everybody likes a simple classic tale of cult in a town doing crazy sacrifices. It's just a classic recipe of good old-fashioned horror, you know what I mean? It's just got every kind of recipe. You don't know what they're worshiping, you don't know what's going to be happening, you don't know how many people are involved, etc., etc. It's great. Always a good setup. Always really fun to cover. It's got a weird warm spot in my heart for that kind of stuff. That doesn't sound good. I'm not gonna cut it though because it's funny. Anyway, I really enjoyed that. I hope you did too. See you for whatever's next. Take care. I think my grandmother is dead, but no one else seems to notice. I'm shaking as I write this. I've thought about calling the police, but I haven't figured out if I'm losing my mind or if my entire family has lost theirs. Maybe I will wake up soon and this will all have been a terrible nightmare. For context, I am an only child, and the only grandchild of my last living grandmother. A couple weeks ago, while at work, I received a phone call from my mother informing me that my grandmother had taken a fall in her kitchen. Mom said that my Uncle Lou was with her and already in the ambulance. Paramedics suspected that she had a fractured hip and somehow sliced open her foot. She was sedated due to the pain, but was otherwise responsive and fine. I immediately asked if I should meet them at the hospital, but Mom said, No, don't leave work. I'll update you once I know more. So I waited. I love my grandmother, but she's probably the most stubborn woman I've ever met. She is a home remedy for just about anything and loathes seeing doctors, so I'm sure she won't be fun to deal with while confined to a hospital bed. It doesn't help that Grandma absolutely refuses to use a walker or cane despite her debilitating age and will not leave her house to live in a nursing home. 6 months ago, Uncle Lou moved in with her to help out. Not that he's said it out loud, but I've always suspected that he did it more for the free rent. With nothing else to do, I sat at work, distracted, and waiting for a phone call from Mom with news. That call didn't come through until long after I'd gotten home and was brushing my teeth for bed. Apparently, Grandma was awake now and doing fine. She would need surgery for the broken hip, but they were able to get the laceration on her foot stitched up and bandaged. I asked to speak to her, so Mom held the phone up to Grandma's ear, and I told her I loved her and would come see her once she was discharged. The hospital only allowed 2 visitors, and Mom and Lou refused to leave her side. "Hi, honey," Grandma said through the receiver. "I'm okay, but they won't let me leave." My mom's voice in the background exasperatedly explained that she needs surgery. "So they tell me," Grandma huffed. "I'm fine, Anna. Come see me when I get home and we can play cards." I smiled, promised to visit, and said goodbye. She was discharged the following week and sent home. The hip replacement was successful, but she developed a nasty infection on her foot. Between the 2 ailments, Grandma was confined to her bed. Once she was comfortable at home, Mom gave me the okay to come over, and so I made some chicken dumpling soup and sat in the chair beside her while Mom spoon-fed it into Grandma's mouth. "There you go, Mom," my mother encouraged as Grandma sipped the broth off a spoon. I could tell Grandma was wildly out of it. I had been expecting an earful about having to use a bedpan, but Due to the cocktail of narcotics and antibiotics, she merely grumbled in annoyance at Mom's and Lou's constant hovering. For what it was, she seemed in good spirits, if not exceptionally tired. After about 2 hours and 2 small soup mishaps, I got up to leave. Mom saw me to the door. "She'll be fine, Anna," Mom reassured. "Lou and I are taking care of everything. Don't worry." I left feeling optimistic that my grandmother would be back to her Spitfire self relatively soon. But that visit with the soup was over 2 weeks ago now. Not long after, Mom took a leave of absence at work and holed up in Grandma's house with Uncle Lou. Each time I called, Mom gave a new excuse as to why I shouldn't visit. Risk of infection, flu season, fatigue, bowel issues, you name it. At first, I accepted these excuses at face value. They seemed legit, but I can't even get Mom to put Grandma on the phone anymore. I made more soup yesterday and dropped it off, but Uncle Lou met me at the door and said it wasn't a good time, but he'd make sure she got it. "And we always let her know when you call," he assured. I noticed that there was an intense floral and yet antiseptic scent coming from the doorway. "Your mom won't stop cleaning," he explained. Frustrated, I called and complained to my father on the way home, but he defended Mom, like always. "She's always been like this," he reminded me. "They're extremely close, your mom and Grandma. And Lou? Well, this just seems like classic Lou. You know, this is the first time they've really had to face the reality of their mother's age. They're just protective and scared to lose her." I figured he was right, and I hung up the phone feeling a little less unsettled. On Grandma's 89th birthday, however, I decided I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I would go over there and give her the present I purchased for her, a new thriller by her favorite author. I arrived at the house in late afternoon and noticed all the blinds were closed. Being that it was a warm spring day, it was common for Grandma to have all the windows open and drapes open, letting in both the sunlight and fresh air. I knocked twice on the front door, but no one came. I knocked again. No answer. I tried the knob, but the door was locked. I paused for a moment, considering that maybe no one was home. Maybe Grandma had a follow-up with her surgeon. But both cars were in the driveway, so I knocked again, louder. The door opened a crack and a foul odor filtered out, nearly choking me. "Mom!" I exclaimed, when her face appeared on the other side of the door. "What is that smell?" Seeing it was only me, she opened the door another inch. "The infection's gotten worse, but we're monitoring it." "Should I call an ambulance?" I asked in a panic, pulling my cell phone from my pocket. No, Anna," she quickly reassured me. "We have it handled. I stopped by and picked up refills of her antibiotics earlier, and we've been on the phone with her surgeon." Relieved, I took a deep breath, but the smell was so overpowering. "Mom, that smell is ungodly. Why don't you open the windows?" "We tried," she said, "but she got so cold." Mom shrugged and didn't move. "Can I come in?" I asked, attempting to look over her shoulder into the dim house. I really didn't want to go inside due to the smell, but if Grandma wasn't doing well, I wanted to see her. "I don't think it's a good idea," she murmured. "Where's Uncle Lou?" I asked. "Upstairs in his room." Her voice was reassuring, but the smell turned my insides. Surely a smell like that could only mean bad things. I pushed the door open, and Mom protested. "Just come back another day when she's feeling better. I promise you that Lou and I have this under control." In the kitchen, the odor was strong, but mixed with the smell of bleach. I couldn't tell if that made it better or worse. "At least let me see her and give her a birthday present." Mom looked down to see the wrapped gift in my hands and sighed. "Of course," she said. "Gosh, I'm sorry. We've just been so preoccupied. I'm sure she'll love it." At that moment, Uncle Lou came trotting down the stairs and smiled at me. "Anna, Mom will be so happy you're here." I looked at my mother incredulously. She was staring at her feet now. What was going on? Uncle Lou continued down the hall, and I could hear him as he opened the door to Grandma's bedroom. "Mom, you have a visitor for your birthday." The smell of the house was searing my nostrils, but I wasn't going to let Grandma know I was repulsed by it. Mom led me down the hall to Grandma's bedroom, instructing me along the way to put on a brave face. I plastered a smile across my face as I turned the corner into the room. Grandma was sitting up in bed, and Uncle Lou had taken a seat on the mattress beside her. His body obscured most of the view, but I could see her feet where they stuck out from under the quilt. The toes on her right foot were black, with crumbling toenails and festering sores. The sheets under her heel were stained yellow from dried pus. Lou was prattling on to her, but Grandma didn't respond. "Isn't it nice for Anna to come see you on your birthday, Mom? Goodness knows you've been through a lot this month. She has a present for you." He turned expectantly to me, his profile moving just enough to reveal Grandma's form where she sat up against the pillows. I will try to explain the horror I witnessed, but I know words will never do it justice. My stomach flipped, and I froze. Grandma's dull, lifeless eyes stared straight ahead at the wall, unblinking and glazed over. Her eyelids were crusty, and her jaw hung widely agape with sagging lips, revealing a gray fuzz that had begun to coat her tongue. Uncle Lou patted her leg while Mom hastily pulled the quilt back down over her feet. I barely heard as Lou explained how cold she's been from the infection. He picked up a tissue from the box on the nightstand and began dabbing at the corner of her mouth. "She doesn't talk much due to the heavy sedation she's under," he explained. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the pallid gray skin of Grandma's face and how it was starting to sag in ways that had nothing to do with her age. Flies buzzed overhead, and Mom picked up the fly swatter and began swatting wildly at them. "Goddamn flies," she mumbled. "They won't leave her alone." One of the flies circled Grandma's face and landed in her open maw. Uncle Lou merely shooed it away. "She's been sleeping sitting up like this for the past week or so," Mom explained, patting Grandma's now covered feet. "The pain is just too much for her to lay down. We tried, but her muscles spasm and she can't move." My knees were shaking, and I could all but back out of the room, reaching for and pressing myself against the opposite wall. Vomit crept up the back of my throat. "It's okay, Anna," Uncle Lou said from inside the room. "I know it's hard to see her in such a state, but that's why your mom and I are here to take care of her. We agreed we wouldn't let her go back to that hospital. They've already messed up so much of her care. You saw her foot and what the doctors did to it." "How a hospital could let gangrene go unnoticed is beyond me," Mom agreed. "We've been sponge bathing her regularly, airing her feet, and changing the bandages frequently. It seems to be helping, right, Mom?" she asked, squeezing Grandma's ankle. I tried to put my head between my knees, but the smell was so overpowering. Mom stepped out in the hallway and touched my shoulder. I recoiled. "Oh, Anna, I'm sorry. This is why I didn't want you to come over. The gangrene smell is hard to tolerate, and I didn't want you to have to see her like this." Not knowing what else to do, I pulled her into the kitchen and said in my most steady voice, "Mom, why didn't you tell me Grandma had passed?" Mom's face didn't change. She just looked at me. "What are you talking about, Anna? She's right there. You saw her." "Yes, I did see her," I agreed, pointing at the bedroom down the hall where the smell was so strong that I was close to passing out. "But Grandma is dead, Mom. You know that, right? She is very obviously passed away." Mom's eyebrows narrowed and she pursed her lips. "Listen, Anna, I get that this is hard for you. Hell, it's hard for all of us. But if you're saying this just to hurt me, it's not going to work. Stop being a brat. Your father is on his way over with a birthday cake." The room began to spin, and I needed to get out of that house immediately. I tossed the present on the kitchen table and grabbed my bag, fleeing out the kitchen door and into my car where I took deep gulps of fresh air. I could see Mom at the large bay window, looking out at me. She looked angry and upset, but quickly turned and walked away. I pounded the steering wheel, yelling obscenities. Other than an open casket funeral, I'd never seen a dead body before, let alone one that had clearly been dead for weeks. But Grandma was undoubtedly dead, and my mother and uncle were staying in that house with her corpse, washing it, feeding it, and talking to it like nothing had changed. I threw open the car door and vomited all over Grandma's neglected shrubs. By the time the dry heaves kicked in, Dad's car pulled in the driveway. "Hey, sweetheart," he said as he opened his car door, seeing me kneeling in the grass. "Are you all right? Your mom called and told me you were quite upset." "Dad, she's dead," I choked out, pointing at the house. "Who's dead?" he asked, his voice worried. "Grandma!" I shouted. Grandma is dead. Mom and Lou, they're just sitting in there with her body. Anna, calm down. Your mom mentioned you were in hysterics and talking nonsense. Talking nonsense? What are you saying? I choked out. Go look, Dad. I swear, you'll see. She's dead and Mom and Lou have lost their minds. All right, he said, holding up his arms in surrender. Let me grab the cake and I'll go inside and see what's going on. Just stay here, okay? I collapsed back in the front seat of my car, blasting the AC in an attempt to flush the smell of rotten flesh out of my nose. It felt like an hour before the front door opened again, and Dad calmly walked over to my driver's side window. Hi, Anna Bear, he said cautiously. Did you see her, Dad? You saw her, right? Shh, Anna, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Calm down. Yes, I saw her and she's very sick, but otherwise alive. Your mom and Lou are taking good care of her. What? I nearly screamed. Come inside, Dad said, going for the door handle. I quickly locked the car. Dad threw up his hands in frustration. Just come inside, Anna. Uncle Lou is getting Grandma into her wheelchair and we're all going to have some cake. He glanced up at the front window of the house. Ah, see? There she is. I glanced up to see my grandmother's face at the window, her dead eyes looking blankly out over the front yard. Rigor mortis had made it so her body couldn't sit in the wheelchair just right. Even from a distance, through a pane of glass, I could see death in her eyes and the shocking gape of her mouth. I gagged. Her face looked even more twisted now, as if she'd taken her last breath in a tremendous amount of pain. But what made me scream in abject terror was that her cloudy pupils seemed to turn ever so slightly toward me. I threw the car into drive and sped out of the driveway, ignoring the shouts of my father and Uncle Lou bursting out the front door. I didn't dare go home where I was sure my father would follow. Were they right? Was she actually alive? It's not like I checked for a pulse or air in her lungs before I took off. I didn't touch her at all. Could it be me then? Was I the one having a nervous breakdown? I don't know what to do now. I'm absolutely terrified. Worst of all, when I close my eyes, all I see is my grandmother's rotting face. And that was I Think My Grandmother Is Dead, but no one else seems to notice, by Kiwi Afternoons. I think they're kind of like, it's yet another form of like a real world horror, something that could actually happen, but you almost, I mean, let's be real, you would never want it to actually happen, to have like some family members, some incredibly close loved ones, to be so delusional in the fact that like somebody's, dead or not dead. That's pretty. It's definitely a messed up thought, right? Even just anybody like looking after somebody who's dead, thinking they're alive. It's such a harrowing thought, right? Like it's just creepy as shit. But I know in the news like that has happened a few times. It's just crazy. It is just crazy. What a horrifying story. Absolutely. But then the worst part is, what if the grandma isn't dead, right? What's up with her? It really makes you think. Crazy, awesome little story. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care.